Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. Today I'm going to do a limited set review slash first impressions of the new upcoming Magic the Gathering, not limited set, just set in general, Final Fantasy. It's a collaboration, a lot of people are excited about it. Now, me personally, I've never heard about Final Fantasy before this collaboration. So I do not have any nostalgia, I do not have any emotional connection, unfortunately, to the story, to this, the whole Final Fantasy fandom. But nevertheless, I'm very excited about the set in general. It is going to be standard legal, just your normal Magic the Gathering set. So, just like a quick disclaimer that I haven't read spoiler yet. I never do, so I can give you my true and honest first impressions as they are. So I'm going to read a card and then we're just going to discuss it. No rating, no ranking, no nothing. We're just going to talk about every single card specifically and how are they feel, how are they going to feel in limited. But here, as you can see, we have our draft archetypes as intended by Wizards of the Coast. So we can go through that. Then we'll talk about new mechanics, Signpost Uncommons, and then we'll just go through every single card. And I'm going to divide it into two parts. So here it is, part one. Let's go. Without any further ado, so archetypes. Azorius is described as artifacts. So you see, like, build up your arsenal by playing artifacts, including artifact creatures and token generating equipment. Interesting. Then gain extra bonuses for playing those artifacts. Okay. Looks like, you know, some sort of aggro, going wide strategy, but we shall see about that. And then Dimir, just control. While Dimir is typically a control archetype in limited, so scheme and act in secret, dominate the long game with strategies like remove spells, card draw, and trick creatures. Nothing new here, just, you know, your definition of a control deck. Cast flashback spells to crush foes under the weight of the past. Alright. Then moving on to Ragdas, Black Mage Aggro. Interesting. Play the aggressive game with creatures that reward you whenever you cast a non-creature spell. Okay, listen, this is something new, right? Because usually non-creature theme is an Izzet theme, but okay, look for cards that create wizard tokens and turn those spells into a barrage of damage. Whoa. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Gruul is landfall aggro. Oh wow. Okay, landfall. Let's go. So, play creatures with landfall abilities. Makes sense. And earn bonuses as you play lands. Alright. Okay, landfall. Now, Selesnya, go wide. Are we going to get counters? Call forth a battalion of formidable fighters and play cards that makes tokens. Okay. Just, you know, just that. Okay, go wide. Selesnya, Orzhov, artifact, and creature sacrifice. Alright, in this set, Orzhov is yet again sacrifice archetype. Sacrifice your artifact and creatures. Then, again, token generating equipment. As I've said, I have never looked into spoiler before doing this thing, and same goes here. I haven't seen any of the new cards, so I'm very curious about it. Next up is that big non-creatures. Whenever you cast spells that cost 4 or more mana, you'll gain bonuses in battle. Alright. So this is interesting. Okay. So it is like combination of, listen, it reminds me of Strixhaven, actually, right? A little bit. It gives me this vibes, Strixhaven vibes, this archetype. Okay, moving on. Golgari is graveyard value. I guess nothing new for Golgari here. Worst equipment aggro. The same thing. Okay, equipments are back. And Selesnya, Simic, I'm sorry, Town Ramp. Also nothing new. So pretty standard, pretty classic, pretty true to this guild's archetypes. And let's move on to mechanics. So here we have Saga creatures. I feel like this change in rules has made a lot of buzz, because what it means essentially is that, you know, all of this blood moon, flood moon effects, they do not affect cards like Urza Saga anymore, because we now here have Saga creatures, so they do not die after the last chapter is resolved, right? So yeah, for example, here we have a 2/1 for 2 mana Saga creature with chapters, which is pretty amazing. I'm going to read it later, but yeah, this is actually very impactful. This is huge. So good morning. Oh, they die after chapter 3. Oh, okay, so here we have a lot of text. Yeah, here it is. A rules change that take effect. Okay, got it. So as it enters, same thing as with any saga, we put a lore counter on it. Alright, so this stays, and... Okay, they just don't die if they lose abilities. Got it. Okay, I'm so sorry. To be fair, this change of rules and like this whole new mechanic, it was a little bit confusing for me, so I'm just hoping with this first impressions and just talking about the cards that we'll figure it out together. Alright. So, yes, rules update. Speaking of sagas, that is actually, yeah, what Elder is talking about here. Yeah, so they do not die if they lose abilities. So that's why, like, this blood moon, flood moon effects, they impact sagas now in that regard. Okay, let's move on to job select, new keyword ability. So job select, when this equipment enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, then attach this to it. So this is what the archetypes were about. They call this equipment. Here we have it. Yeah, these tokens. Job select ability. Okay. Next up is tiered. So what does it mean? Choose one additional cost. Okay. Alright. This... So, this instant, for 1 mana, it deals 2 damage. For additional 3, it deals 4 damage to target creature. And for additional 6, it deals 8 damage. Do we choose one additional cost? It's not the same as it was in Thunder Junction, right? Where we could choose every single option and just pay this cost. So here we have to choose one. Okay. And we have a new land type. Alright. Interesting. Okay, return ability landfall we'll have here. This is exciting. We shall see how good the cards with landfall are. And flashback is back. Okay. What else? Transforming double face cards and melt cards. Okay. Alright. Okay, we'll talk about it later when we're going to just review this particular cards. What else is new here? Adventures. Okay, adventures are back too. What else is there? Kicker. So, you know, all this flashback, kicker, everlasting, evergreen mechanics. And some sort of specific notes. Oh, this is what? This commander or what? Okay. Oh, this is like, honestly, this is a lot of cards, but let's move on. I think that we have our basic knowledge, like pre-release notes. So let's just talk about the cards, and let's talk about Signpost Uncommons first. So starting with Azorius, which is described as just, you know, artifacts. First card is Titus or Titus. Like, I apologize in advance if I mispronounce any of these names, because again, I have no knowledge of Final Fantasy characters. But anyways, Blitzball Star for 3 mana, 1 white and 1 blue. Have a creature 2/1. Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Titus. Whenever it attacks, tap target creature and opponent controls. Okay, listen, this is pretty aggressive. And yeah, I had a feeling that this would be an aggressive archetype. Okay, makes sense. So this is like artifact fall effect. Put in +1/+1 counters. Yeah, sure. Next one is Sid Timeless Artificer for 4 mana, 2/1 white and 1 blue. Have a creature 4/4. Artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each artificer you control and each artificer card in your graveyard. Okay, so this is going to be a thing, I guess. A deck can have any number of cards named Sid Timeless Artificer, and it also has cycling. Okay, like Titus is a pretty straightforward card, I would say. This is a very interesting design, I would say. The fact that you can cycle it, it's a bonus, of course. And all in all, just, you know, we'll have benefits from this, like from the artifact creatures, from any artifacts, just put in counters, build in yes, a board of artifacts as described. Okay, equipment, treasures. Okay, interesting. So Dimir is a control archetype. First card is Lucky Coal for 3 mana, 1 blue and 1 black. We have a creature 2/3 with Death Touch and Lifelink. Alrighty, pretty nice. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then discard a card. Nice. Yeah, again, pretty straightforward, just like a solid uncommon in these colors. And next up is Ultimisha, Time Sorceress for 5 mana, 3, 1 blue and 1 black. We have a creature 4/5. Whenever it enters or attacks, reveal 2. Okay, already not bad. And at the beginning of your end step, if you may pay 7 mana, 4, 2 blue and 8 mana and 2 black, I'm sorry, and exile 8 cards from your graveyard, transform it, and it becomes Ultimisha Omnipotent, a creature 7/7 with menace, and also like is it new ability? Yeah, time compression. When this creature transforms into this, take an extra turn after this one. Oh wow. Listen, of course, this, if you're able to transform it, it would probably mean a GG. So you would probably just win the game. But yeah, like paying 8 mana and exiling 8 cards from your graveyard would require maybe some deck building costs, but I mean, in general, it's pretty solid. Just for 5 mana, you have a creature 4/5 with a fine ETB. I mean, it surveils, so sort of it fills your graveyard, so helping you to fill that 8 card threshold. But yeah, okay, so okay, I see. So in this, you know, this Luton effect, so this is going to be, yes, pretty standard Dimir control, but again, with some graveyard interaction, flashback and whatnot. Yeah, pretty solid, right? Well, well, extra turns, who doesn't, right? Okay. Moving on to Ragdas. First card is Black Waltz number 3 for 4 mana, 2/1 black and 1 red. We have a creature 2/2 with Blind Death Touch. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. But yeah, I'm very curious how easy it's going to just build this deck, honestly, because definitely it requires a built-in cost, of course, right? Because for 4 mana, like difficult mana cost to Polar Death Toucher is probably not good enough, but of course, in the right archetype, if you're able to build around it properly, I guess it can be very aggressive. Next up is Garland, Knight of Cornelia, 14 mana, 1 black and 1 red. We have a creature 3/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, surveil 1. And also it has an activated ability, this time 7 mana, 3, 2 black, 2 red. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield transformed. Activate only sorcerer. Okay, so it has to be in the graveyard for you to transform it. And it transforms into Chaos the Endless, a creature 5/5 with flying, and when it dies, put it on the bottom of its owner's library. Okay, I like it, you know, just for 2 mana, but I guess if you're in these colors, it's fine. 3/2 body, you don't mind trading it because later on you're able to return it from your graveyard transform, which is great. And also like 7 mana is probably more feasible than 8, but we shall see about it. We shall see how many, I don't know, rampant effects in this colors, treasure generators and whatnot. But yeah, I feel like this is definitely much stronger, more realistic to play. I like it. Next up, Gruul. First card is Rita, Summoner of Mist, for 2 mana, 1 red and 1 green. We have a creature 1/2 with Landfall, of course. Landfall is back, and I guess it is, well, yeah, it is the defining word of Gruul, Landfall aggro. So whenever a land you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. It has an ability to summon for X and tap. Return target Saga card with mana value X from your graveyard to battlefield with a finality counter on it. It gains haste until end of turn. Activate only sorcerer. Amazing. I love this card. I can, honestly, it's an easy build around. I feel like the payoff is very nice. Next up is Gladiolus. What? I'm so sorry to all of the Final Fantasy fans that I'm just butchering these names, but I'm gonna try my best, okay? Gladiolus. Amisisha? Oh, I'm sorry. For 6 mana, for 1 red and 1 green, we have a creature 6/6. When it enters, search your library for a land card, put it on the battlefield tab, then shuffle. And for landfall, another target creature control gets +2/+2 and trembling in left turn. Oh, listen, this is nice. Looks like a fine finisher. So it enters, and straight away, not only you can activate that landfall for a turn, but for the ability. So imagine if you can give a creature like a pump, +4/+4 and trample. Like, all in all, it gives a very nice attack, if not a lethal one. Yeah, okay, not bad. Now Selesnya, go white. First card is Garnet, Princess of Alexandria. For 2 mana, 1 green and 1 white. We have a 2/2 lifelinker. When it attacks, you may remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. Put a +1/+1 counter on Garnet for each lore counter removed this way. Oh, this is an interesting boarding, I would say. Like, I guess it depends on sagas. I would assume that you don't want to remove lore counters from your sagas, but sometimes, I don't know, if the third effect is very impactful, is very powerful, maybe. Aw. Well, thank you. So, thank you for the note, but still, I mean, I feel kind of silly, you know, not being able to pronounce any of these names, and because I have literally no idea about any of those characters. But yeah, anyway, this I don't know how to feel about it, to be honest, but okay, let's leave it at that. It's just a 2/2 for 2 lifelinker with an interesting ability. All right, Renoa Heartily for 5 mana. We have 5 mana, 3, 1 green, 1 white for 4 creature. When it enters, create Angelo, a legendary 1/1 green and white dog creature token. Oh, that's cute. Angelo cannon. Whenever it attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. Oh wow, this is not bad. This is like, yeah. So here you have it. Best payoff for this Go White Treasury, and also, like, on its own, it provides you with this token. So yeah, very solid. I like it. All right, moving on to Orzhov. It's a sacrifice archetype in this set. First card is Rufus Shinra for 3 mana, 1 white and 1 black. Have a creature 2/4. When it attacks, if you don't control a creature named Darkstar, create Darkstar, a legendary 2/2 white and black dog creature token. Nice. Okay. Next up, Judge Magister Gapranth. For 2 mana, 1 white and 1 black. We have 2/2 with Menace. Whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Okay, so here we have our so this is like a sacrifice payoff, basically. This may become a pretty solid threat, so, you know, it's just like your 2-drop with Menace already. It is pretty aggressive, but imagine if you can trigger it. Pretty nice. I like this one. So such a value creature, right? Basically 2-in-1. Okay. Next up is it blue red big non-creature spells. Okay, first off is Shantata, Texan Magician. For 3 mana, 1 blue and 1 red. We have a 0/4 creature. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. If X is 4 more, draw a card. Nice. So again, here we have building cost, so it is definitely build around, but the payoff is pretty nice. Next card is the Emperor of Palamisha. For 2 mana, 1 blue and 1 red. We have a 2/2 creature that gives us blue or red mana for tap, but we can only spend it to cast a non-creature spell. But I mean, awesome. This is probably exactly what you need in this archetype. This just ramps you to cast all those non-creature spells when mana costs 4 or more. So, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put +1/+1 counter on the Emperor of Palamisha. Then, if it has 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, transform it, and it becomes the Lord Master of Hell. 3/3. It has this ability Starfall. Whenever it attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature non-land cards in your graveyard. Okay, this is pretty neat. But, like, on its own, it's just a 3/3. I don't know, maybe, like, at this stage of the game, would be enough to finish off an opponent. But honestly, this is just such a sweet design. I like this card, and fits perfectly the archetype. Next up, Golgari graveyard value. So we have our graveyard interaction. First card is X-Death Void Warlock for 3 mana, 1 black, 1 green. We have a creature 3/3. When it enters, you gain 3 life. Alrighty, not bad, I guess. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, transform X-Death and it becomes new X-Death Dimensions End. It has trample and its power is equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard, so X3. Okay, nice. As usual, I guess with Golgari you would want to have a lot of creatures, and so you can get the maximum payoff from cards like that, of course. A lot of creatures, meaning permanents, you want to fill your graveyard, all that. Alright, next up is Cloud of Darkness. So for 5 mana, 2/1 black and 2 green. We have a creature 3/3 with flying. It has this ability, which is called Particle Beam. When it enters, target creature and opponent controls gets -X until end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. So, okay. This is exactly what I was talking about. This creature is the probably perfect payoff for filling your graveyard, because not only it is a 3/3 flyer, it is a removal in 1 as well. Yeah, sure. Alright, moving on to Boris. Boris is called Equipment Aggro. First card is Sedan, Tantalus Thief. For 5 mana, 3/1 red and 1 white. We have a creature 3/3. When it enters, gain control of target creature and opponent controls until end of turn. Untap it against lifelink and hasten to enter. Nice. Whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, you create a treasure token. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, how this is, yeah, I'm curious, but already this can honestly be just a finisher in this deck, just to deal that blast damage, to steal a blocker, and the fact that this is a threaten that gives lifelink, pretty neat, honestly. Next up is Gyat, King of the Dwarfs. For 2 mana, 1 red and 1 white. We have a 1/1 creature with double strike. Whenever Gyat or another dwarf you control enters, and whenever an equipment you control enters, you may discard a card, and if you do, draw a card. Okay, so yeah, pretty nice damage effect, and also already I guess we can see how aggressive it can be with all the equipments, being it a double striker. Okay, and last but not least is Simic Ramp. It is called Town Ramp, so I guess this new land type is relevant here. Okay, so first card is Ignis Thantia, I guess, right? For 3 mana, 1 green and 1 blue, we have a creature 2/2. When it enters, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped, with the rest on the bottom of the library in a random order. I love the names of these abilities. So it's called I've Come Up with a New Recipe. For 3 mana, 1 green and 1 blue, and tap, exile target card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, create a food token. Okay, interesting. Interesting design. Yeah, so I guess it ramps you out. Of course, you can fizzle out. You can always fizzle out, but a 6 top decks is a lot, so let's assume it would ramp you out most of the time, and then it is like pretty neat, pretty interesting. Brave Hate in 1. Okay, next up, Omega Heartless Evolution. For 7 mana, 5, 1 green and 1 blue, we have an 8/8 creature. And it has this ability which is called Wave Cannon. When it enters, for each opponent, tap up to one target non-land permanent that opponent controls, put X stun counters on each of those permanents, and you gain X life, where X is the number of non-basic lands you control. I don't know how to feel about this. Listen, this is a lot of text. So, first part, I guess, is the most relevant, but same time, like this 7-mana creature. Like, I get it, it is an 8/8 for 7, but put X stun counters on each of those permanents. The number of non-basic lands. So that's why, I guess, town archetype becomes useful, right? Interesting. So here we have our Signpost Uncommons. Now let's move on to reviewing the cards. So, first card. Yeah, we're going to start with white. First card is Aldebert Steiner. Just going to put myself over here. And we're going to talk about these cards. And how do they look like for limited? So, for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white, we have a legendary creature 2/1 with lifelink. When it enters, it gets a +1/+1 for each equipment you control. Okay, so which makes us think that it belongs to Boris, right? All this equipment aggro. Yeah, I mean, it's a solid 2-drop. Yeah, lifelinker, maybe like initially 2/1 is a little bit weak, but then, you know, it can grow. I would assume pretty fast. So yeah, I like it. Next up is Aerith Gainsborough. So it's a rare. For 3 mana, we have another legendary creature 2/2 with lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Aerith. When Aerith dies, put X +1/+1 counters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on Aerith. Okay, so I guess legendary is a theme, right? That's why the previous card was legend as well. So okay, rares, I guess we'll have to rate them a little bit differently just because they are rares. And mythics, the same thing. Like, first question that I always ask myself, would I first pick it? I mean, it is a sort of build around. I don't know yet. Will it matter a lot? Is there going to be a theme? This lifelink theme, right? It's going to be easy to build a deck with a lot of lifelink. But I mean, on its own, of course, it has lifelink. And the previous creature we've seen, it has lifelink. So if it's able to deal damage already, we're putting counters, and then no, it is pretty solid, but I guess there is a certain deck building cost to it. Next up, Aerith Rescue Mission. For 4 mana, we have common sorcery, choose 1. Take the elevator, create 3 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens. Okay, so for 4 mana, we have 3 tokens. Alright. Take a 59 flight of stairs. Tap up to 3 target creatures. Put a sound counter on one of them. Okay. Yeah, I guess pretty nice model card. Yeah, I like that those options, they're relevant in different stages of the game. Like, for example, in your turn 4, maybe you're still developing, you're creating your board presence, and then you would choose to create tokens, of course, and then maybe later in the game you'll just need to deal that lethal damage, and that's it. Okay, so I can see how this card is going to be useful in Selesnya, in Wars maybe. Not sure about Azores though. Ah, Defore! Hello, hello! How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. It's this time again. The new set is coming out, and I'm doing my first impressions slash limited set review, so just talking about the cards and taking predictions, talking about the cards, how good are they going to be in limited. Thank you, appreciate her support, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Hope you had a great stream. Very excited. This week is going to be awesome, right? All this streamer events, early access. Looking forward to it. Yeah, thank you so much. Have a great one. Okay. Yeah. Alright, moving on to Ambrosia Whiteheart. For 2 mana, 1/1 white, we have a creature. And not the legendary, so okay. Okay. It is a thing, right? 2/2 flash. When it enters, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. It has landfall, so it just gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Pretty neat. Honestly, it is now. I said how I was going to talk about the cards in terms of limited, but this is another card for Pixie, right? So bounce Pixie deck. But anyway, for limited, I guess, yeah, still good. It is a solid to drop. Could be could be aggressive with that landfall. I mean, it's pretty nice to have that pump. But yeah, flash also gives this card flexibility. All in all, yeah, it's okay. Those are different arts. Next up is Shay, Princess of Dalmasca. So again, for all those newcomers, I apologize if I'm butchering all these names. I have no idea. I cannot relate at all to those characters because I haven't played Final Fantasy. I haven't heard of it before this collaboration. So I apologize in advance. Unfortunately, I cannot relate to any of those characters. But I'm going to try my best, at least in pronouncing the names. So anyways, this is another legend for 3 mana, 3/2. Whenever it attacks, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom. Okay. So, artifacts. I guess if you want to get the max value out of it, you need to build Azorius, right? Otherwise, 3/2 for 3, I guess, is not good enough. But if you're in this archetype, I guess, yeah, it is pure value, or at least should be. So for Azorius, Ashe or Ashe is for Azorius archetype, I guess. Next up, Oran's Inspiration. For 3 mana, we have instant. Attacking creatures get +2/+0 until end of turn. It has flashback for 4 mana. I mean, if you're in go wide strategy, I guess you would want to have a 1 copy of it for sure. It's nice that it has flashback. I don't know how I feel about multiples in this go wide strategy, but I think I would want to have at least one for sure. I know that it's not like +2/+2, but still. Battle menu. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 white. We have instant. Choose 1. Attack. Create a 2/2 white knight creature token. Oh, honestly, I love cards like this. So it is a non-creature spell that gives you a creature, a token, which is amazing. So basically, already, I haven't even read the rest of it, but already it is your to draw basically. with an instant speed. Listen, alrighty, I love this card. Next up, next ability, next ability. Target creature gets +0/+4 until end of turn. Magic, destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. Item, you gain 4 life. I love this card. Oh my god, I love this card so much. It does everything. It does everything for every archetype in white, I guess. Oh wow. I love it. I love it. Battle menu is amazing. Next card is a rare one, Beatrix Loyal General for 6 mana. Legendary, of course. Have a 4/4 with vigilance at the beginning of combat. On your turn, you may attach any number of equipment you control to target creature you control. Ooh, so it is quite specific, right? And it costs 6 mana. Again, as with any rares, the question is, would you first pick it? Like my first impression is that I would not. Just because look at that mana cost, 6 mana. Like why? The ability of course is very, very powerful. It is a build around. If you're in this Boris, I guess. Boris equipment archetype. Sure. Maybe even Azorius. Because I would assume equipments, they are artifacts, right? Most of them should be... No, I mean, they all are artifacts. What am I talking about? Being it a rare, I don't know. If it was uncommon, I would say, yeah, like, sure, I wouldn't mind, but it is a rare. Or am I just, you know... just, not seeing how good it is, but to be fair, I don't know. Just like 6 mana. At the same time, it makes you think about the speed of the format. Anyway, next up is Cloudbound Mughal for 5 mana, 3 and double white. We have a 2/3 flyer. When it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Okay, so it can be and just a 3/4 if you want it to be like with this counter for 5 mana flyer. But it also a plane cycler, which makes it so much better than, you know, it would be just this creature without plane cycling, right? Plane cyclers are always good. So I guess the thing is that if you're splashing white, it was the same thing oh my god, in Phyrexia, right? Where this land cyclers, they all had double mana cost, double color mana cost, so like this. And if you're splashing this color, you cannot really cast this spell. That's the thing. But other than that, sure. You can find a land with it, and maybe if you don't need land, you get a creature. But yeah, just keep in mind that it's not great if you want to splash planes. Next up is Cloud Midgar Mercenary for 2 mana, 2 white. It is a mythic 2/1. When it enters, search your library for an equipment card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. As long as it is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to it triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Oh wow. Okay, listen, this one I would probably first pick and just build around it because it is very powerful. So it just you cast it, you can easily find an equipment you need, and then just oh wow. No, I like it. Just definitely build around, but maybe an easy one. Yeah. Okay, so we have an alternative part of it. Next up is Curl. how would you pronounce it? Okay, so for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white, we have a creature cat beast 2/2. It has an activity ability for 2 mana and tap. Tap target non-enchantment creature. I guess it's fine. So non-enchantment creatures means sagas, right? Sure. I mean, yeah, I guess it is a good to drop anyways. And 2 mana, I mean, it's fine being it to drop. Yeah, it's a fine to drop. Next up, crystal fragments for 1 white mana. We have artifact equipment. So first equipment, finally. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Equip cost is 1. Okay, already nice. We love cheap equipments for sure. This is going to be playable 100%. Cheap equip. And then it has an activity for 7. Exile this equipment, then return it to battlefield transformed. Activate only sorcery, and oh wow, it becomes a saga. 4/3 flyer. First 2 chapters prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control this turn. And third lore is tap creatures your opponents control. Nice. Honestly, I just like it as it is, but then it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to have this ability for the late game. If you know, the game progresses to that, when you'll have 7 mana to transform it. Sure, amazing. No, it's very good. So again, Azorius because it's artifact, and Boris because it's an equipment. So these 2 archetypes fits perfectly. Yeah, I was just thinking about Selesnya. I don't know, it depends, right? But it's a cheap equip. Great. Another alternative artifact. Next card is Deliver Moogle for 4 mana, 3/1 white. Creature 3/2 with flying. When it enters, search your library and or graveyard for an artifact card with mana value 2 or less, reveal it and put it into your hand. If you search your library, okay, shuffle of course. Okay, listen, this is nice. The fact that not only you can search your library, but also graveyard is actually pretty important, especially in limited. But overall, for 4 mana, we have a 3/2 flyer. Now with this ability, honestly, it's just a value creature. Oh, it's good. Probably like the downside, maybe a little bit that you put it to your hand, but I guess it's still okay. It's good. Next up is Dion Bahamut's Dominant for 4 mana, legendary 3/3. With an ability Dragonfire die. During your turn, then and other knights you control have flying. Okay. When it enters, create a 2/2 white white knight creature token. Oh my god! This card is so good. And it is a rare. It is a rare, of course. And now for 6 mana and tap, exile it and then return to the battlefield transformed. Activate on the sorcery, and it becomes a saga 5/5 flyer. Wing. So first 2 chapters, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. Those creatures gain flying until end turn. And third chapter is destroy target permanent, exile it, then return to the battlefield. Front face. Oh my god, this is just insane. This is so good. Hello there. Oh, listen, I was looking. Yeah, usually I do my reviews using this website. I don't know, for some reason, I guess I stumbled into the wrong link or something. I was like, I don't know why it was not working. Okay, so tomorrow for part 2, I will move on to MTG set review, of course. Because in the past, I've always used this template. It just looks so good for set reviews, of course. But anyway, moving on. Moving back to Dion. This looks like a bomb, honestly. It's not like it can win on its own, but it is so strong, right? For 4 mana, you get 5 power in total, and they have flying on your turn, so it is very aggressive. And I guess like late game, it's not so hard to transform it. And this is it, I guess. I don't know if the game even will continue when this third chapter is done. Oh, it's ridiculous, so good. Okay, next up is Dragon's Lance for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white. We have artifact equipment with job select. So this is the first card with this new mechanic. When it enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, then attach this to it. Equipped creatures, equipped creature gets +1/+0 and is a knight in addition to its other type. So this type matters, of course. Creature type. During your turn, equipped creature has flying. Oh wow. Okay. So Boris, Azorius, great. Honestly, all these equipments with job select, I guess. If not all of them are good, but I mean, essentially you get a creature. It was the same, you know, in Fairy Tale will be one, right? I'm so bad at names, but you got it with all those Meridian tokens. Before that, we had similar mechanics, but yeah, no, I mean, it's always been good. It's always been good. Such a value, you get a token, and of course, equipment later on. And equip cost of it all is 4, which is not great, but considering that essentially you just get a creature 2/1 for 2 mana is okay. And also you can trigger all other abilities like Artifactful, as I call it, or you know, just some synergy on equipment. This is great. Very good and very useful card, I would assume, for at least 2 archetypes. Next up is Dwarven Castle Guard for 2 mana, 2/1. When this creature dies, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. So, okay, this is a fine to drop, like, overall, but I guess you would want it more in Orzhov. You need to sacrifice, right? Because essentially it is an expendable creature. No, it's okay. Next up is Fate of the Suncrest for 5 mana. We have instant. The spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature. Okay, destroy target non-land permanent. This is a little bit new. So we've seen removal spells like this before, but it has a slight twist. So for 3 mana, we can just we can exile a creature. We've seen cards like this before a lot, but the fact that you can also destroy target non-land permanent, nice. Yeah, nice. A removal in white maybe suits more sort of a little bit defensive decks, but all in all, it's okay. Next up, From Father to Son for 2 mana, sorcery, and it is a rare. Search your library for a vehicle card, reveal it, and put it into your hand. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, put that card onto the battlefield instead, then shuffle. And it has flashback 7. I mean, again, would you first pick it? The question is the most important question when a rare is concerned. Would you first pick it? I'm not sure. I probably wouldn't, not gonna lie. But we have to see about vehicles in this set. Next up, Gaelic Cat for 3 mana. Have a cat 1/3 with flying and vigilance. As long as you control 2 or more artifacts, this creature gets +2/+0. Alright, so ideally it has to be your 3/3/4/3, but with flying. So I mean, it's okay, but is it good in this Azorius or Artifacts archetype? What do you think? It could be actually pretty aggressive if we have equipments. So, but I don't know how fast, like how realistically, I don't know. Can it even be a 3/3 on your turn 3 when you cast it? Like ideally, or maybe later on, you know, it's a flyer under equipments. Yes, then it's a threat, but I don't know. It needs work. If it, I don't know, is it enough of a payoff to play it? To be fair, I feel like it is more of a filler card, but we shall see. Next up, Jiraha Tia. Again, I apologize for mispronunciation. So for 5 mana, we have a creature 3/5 with a reach and the ability, which is called the Elegant Eye. Yeah, sorry. Whenever one or more other creatures and or artifacts you control die, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Nice. Okay, so listen, this is great. This is already... I know that it's 5 mana, but this is such a great payoff for the sacrifice effects, right? Yes, it needs work. It has building costs, so those are like cons. But honestly, in this Rajov, I would assume archetype, I guess it's good. It has nice stats, it has reach. 5 mana is a little bit concerning, but then I don't know, maybe the format is not going to be too fast. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell because honestly I haven't even gone through the white cards. Yeah. It looks promising, especially for Orjolf, of course. Next up, Machinist Arsenal for 5 mana. We have Artifact Equipment. It is a rare with top select. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control and is an artificer in addition to its other types. Equip cost is 4. Alright. Oh, wow. So, for 5 mana, just baseline, we'll get a 3/3 creature, but honestly, I'm pretty sure it's going to be more than that. Yeah, nice. Honestly, yeah. It is a solid rare, I would say. And I guess an easy build around. Next up, Magitech Armor for 4 mana. We have Vehicle. Okay, this is the first vehicle we've seen so far. When it enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. It is a 4/4 vehicle with crew 1. Amazing. So it does it all. It doesn't need any additional work because it comes with a 1/1 creature that can crew it. Nice. I like cards like this. You know, it's a very elegant design, I would say. It's an artifact as well. Yeah, it's a good card, I would say. And next up is Magic Infantry for 1 white mana. We have Artifact Creature, Soldier, 1/1. This creature gets +1/+0 as long as you control another artifact. Okay. And for 3 mana, search your library for a card named Magic Infantry, but no Bafflet, tap bench. Okay. pretty neat, pretty interesting. Yeah, cheap artifact when it matters. I'm not sure that it's going to be that relevant for Warjob, but you know, maybe. No, it's okay, I guess. It can be useful, not very impressive, but at the same time, it can be pretty aggressive, you know. Like ideally, like if you cast in a turn 1 and then maybe you cast this equipment with the token with the job select, and already you have an attack for 2 on your turn 2, which is not bad. And this is a pretty interesting ability. So you can, if you have multiple copies of this card, you can find it. Next up is Minwu White Mage for 5 mana. We have legendary 3/3 with vigilance and lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each cleric you control. Okay, so this, okay, now this makes me think that lifelink is going to be a thing in this set. Because already we had a couple of lifelinkers. I mean, first card was a lifelinker. It was in common, then we had a rare. It is another rare that, you know, has some sort of payoff for gaining life. I'm curious. I'm not sure how I feel about this as a first pick though. I know 5 mana, 3/3. Doesn't have any evasion. I'm not sure. Yeah. I have to see about this lifelink archetype. Is it a thing or not? Next up, Mughul's Valor. 5 mana, instant. It is a rare, another rare. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 white Mughal creature token with lifelink. Lifelink again. But it is a rare. Then creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Okay, let me think. So you know what? It doesn't look very universal, right? So of course you need to have a significant board presence, I would say. At the same time, maybe at this stage of the game, it is fine. I guess you should have some sort of creatures, and ideally, you would want to be in this go wide strategy. Then, sure. Would you first pick it? Question remains: would you first pick it? You know what? I probably would, and then try to build around it. Maybe not so for this lifelink archetype, but more so for going wide strategy. These are cute. Smuggled are cute. Next up, Paladin's Arms for 3 mana. We have artifact equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +2/+1, has a ward 1, and is a knight in addition to its other types. And equip cost is 4. So for 3 mana, we get 3/2, basically, right? With a ward. Which is okay. You know, if it is synergetic with the rest of your deck, because it's totally fine. But to be fair, I guess it is also... I feel like it can be universal, now that I think of it. So, Azorius artifacts, it is an artifact check. Boris, we need equipments, it is an equipment check. Orjov, we need expandable bodies, it is a token. Being an expandable body, so check. So it honestly checks all the boxes for white archetypes, and Selesnya as well. Selesnya maybe not so much, but maybe. Selesnya is about going wide. Creates a token, so I guess sure. Next up is Phoenix Down for 1 mana. We have artifact. With an activated ability, for 2 mana and tap, exile this artifact, choose one. Return target creature card with mana value 4 or less from a graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Or exile target skeleton, spirit, or zombie. I guess it is a flavor win, but I'm not familiar with it, unfortunately. I don't know. You are probably wanting more in Orzhov. At the same time, just why would you need attack in Orzhov? But you know what? Maybe. And value 4 less from a grave to the battlefield attack, or exile target skeleton or zombie. I don't know how relevant this last is. This last ability, I don't know how to feel about this card, not gonna lie. Yeah, maybe for Azores still it is better. I don't know, it's just for 1 mana, basically, like, if you cast and you return 1, then it does nothing. Maybe if you need to trigger this artifact fall, let's call it, when artifact comes into play, effects, then sure. If you need that artifact count, I guess maybe it's a cheap artifact for that, but honestly, I don't really like it. Alright, next up is Restoration Magic. For 1 mana, we have instant with tiered. So this is the first card with this new tiered mechanic. So it's either Cures, or for 1 mana, target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, or Cura +1, so 2 mana total, target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, you gain 3 life, or Curaga for additional 5 in total, permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, you gain 6 life. Wow. Well, it is a combat trick. The fact that you have options is pretty nice, I guess. But I don't know. Meet the others. Hello, hello. Thanks so much for your follow. But you see, like this, a live gain. I'm taking mental notes about this archetype. Is it a thing or not? Well, we'll see. This card I don't know, like so. I guess it is playable, but it just depends. To be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of cards like that. Next up is Rosa Resolute White Mage. For 4 mana, we have Legend Force 2/3 with Reach. It's a rare. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control against lifelink until end of turn. Oh wow. Okay. It's good. It's good for limited, honestly. Also lifelink, so life gain. And counters. Yeah, it is solid. Just very solid. Combat prof. Here we go. But doing counters. Nice. Next up is side quest Catch a Fish. For 3 mana enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's an artifact or creature card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you put a card into your hand this way, create a food token and transform this enchantment. I love the flavor, honestly. Catch a Fish. So it transformed, it becomes land. So for tap, add white mana. For 3 and tap, sacrifice an artifact with +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Oh wow, activate only as a sorcery. Cooking campsite. Nice. I love the design. So let's talk about this first. So for 3 mana, like essentially it does nothing when you cast it. That's my problem with that. I don't like cards that do not impact board state in limited. And also, I mean, if you have like a heavily creature-based deck, artifacts, those equipment, so it would be okay for Azorius or Boris, maybe even Ordol, you know. I don't know about Celestia. Celestia is like, Celestia looks like a hybrid of all of those, you know, like, I don't know. just going white. What does it even mean? To be fair, I don't know how to read this card for limited. I don't think it's going to be a very high pick. I may be wrong, but just the fact that, just imagine you're developing your curve out. Turn 3, you cast this, and it just, yeah, the card that starts working only on your next turn. I don't know. In my book, it's not good enough, but it's gonna depend on the speed of the format and on the tier archetypes, I guess. Next up is Slash of Light. For 2 mana, instant, deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control plus the number of equipment you control the target creature. Oh, this is pretty nice. It's pretty neat. Yeah, it is. It is a conditional removal, but in part here, like similar removal was pretty okay, pretty good. Just, you know, you have to use it carefully. Pick the right moment, and yes, like the fact that not only creatures but plus the number of equipment already makes it so much better. It's okay, good. Next up is Snow Villiers. For 3 mana, we have Creature legendary creature X3 with vigilance, and its power is equal to the number of creatures you control. Okay, so this is our go white guy. Have to go white for it to be big, but then, you know, toughness 3. Without any evasion. I don't know. I don't really like cards like that, but maybe you need that legendary synergy, or I don't know. Next up is Stiltskin Moogle Merchant for white for 1 white mana. We have 1/2 legendary creature with lifelink and an activate ability for 2 and tap. Target opponent gains control of another target permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card. This is an interesting design. Okay, so now let's come back to this a little bit. So now this makes sense. Hold on. Where were you? This Zidane. Zidane now makes sense, because it has this ability whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, you create a treasure token. But Stiltskin is rare. At least we can now see some sort of a line, sort of synergy, and yeah, okay. Well. I mean, in the late game, maybe you can just, you know, get rid of your lands and draw cards. So basically, like, transform or trade your lands for a card if you need to. I guess yes, sure. Would you first pick it? It's a lifelinker again, So thinking all this life gain archetype. I don't know. I don't know. It's cute, but I'm not sure how good it's going to be. Yes, it's okay. Not great, not terrible. Next up is Summon Topball / Mog. Here we have, is it our Saga creature? I think it is. So for 3 mana, we have a Saga creature, enchantment creature, 3/3. And it has 4 chapters, all 4 of them. Other creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Okay. So you know this pumping power of your tokens. Pretty nice, I guess. Why not? Pretty aggressive. Called baby. Yeah. I guess it's fine. Different arts. Ooh, and now we move on to, so this was common enchantment saga, and now we move on to the mythic one, Summon Knights of Round for whooping 8 mana, 3/3 indestructible. So it has 5 chapters. First, for we create 3 2/2 white knight creature tokens. Okay. And ultimate end. Other creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. Put an indestructible counter on each of them. Listen. Why 8 mana? If you wanted to create a bomb like that, why 8 mana? I don't know, maybe for 6 mana it would be too much, but at the same time, no, for 6 mana I guess it would it would be just the right amount of bombiness. Catch fish, then summon knights. Honestly, this mana cost just doesn't make sense to me. It is a bomb, but 8 mana. Why? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why like 8 mana? It's like what here is it? I don't know. I don't get it. Do you get it? Why 8 mana? Next up is Primal Garuda for 4 mana. Another enchantment saga, by the way, but it is uncommon, so we've seen common, crazy mythic, now uncommon. It's a 3/3 flyer. First chapter, this creature deals 4 damage to target tapped creature and opponent controls. Okay, listen, this is probably making more sense than any of the previous enchantment sagas. Second and third chapters are another target creature control gets +1/+0 and gains flying until end of turn. Okay, so it is quite situational, we may say, but at the same time, you know, if you're casting your turn 4, we may assume that your opponent may have a tapped creature, they attacked you or something, right? It's okay. I don't know. If you're able to bring them back, maybe. It's just I don't know how it's going to play out in the end. You know, I'm curious. It's hard to evaluate just now how good are these enchantment sagas actually are, because they stay for a certain amount of time on the battlefield, right? For a certain amount of turns. But allegedly, I guess, it has still a value for you. Next up is the Crystals Chosen for 7 mana, store 3, create 4 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens, then put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Oh my god, this 7 mana spells, they just hurt. After, I don't know, the recent stats and how fast they actually are. Yeah, they tend to get slower actually, but I mean still, Modern Limited is so fast compared to, you know, sets like 10 years ago. And now we have like this horrific, horrendous mana cost, 7 mana. And I get it that for 7 mana we essentially have 4, like just baseline 4 creatures 2/2. I don't know, honestly, we just have to see. You have to see. Depends on the speed of the format, but as your top hand, as your win content, like probably. Next up is the Wind Crystal for 4 mana, have legendary artifact. It is a rare. What spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If you would gain life, you gain twice that much life instead. Okay, so another life link. Payoff, I don't know. Not really a payoff event, but it's an indicator of the existence of this archetype. And it has an activated ability for 6 mana and tap creatures you control gain flying and lifelink until end of turn. Oh man. Again. For 4 mana, basically, if it is your 4th turn, you tap out, you do not affect the board. Well, maybe if you have life linkers, then yes, you gain twice life. But other than that, well, it makes cheaper all these super expensive white spells, but it is a rare at the same time. Oh man, I don't know, it's hard. I don't know, I don't really like it, especially if it was at least an uncommon. Maybe it would make more sense to me, but since it is a rare, I don't know. Next up is another rare Ultima for 5 mana. We have sorcery, destroy all artifacts and creatures and the turn. Oh, sweet. Yeah, good, great, amazing. At the same time, it is like a white wrath. Imagine if you are the aggro deck, if you're in this forest archetypes. I mean, like in limited, it still makes sense. But maybe more for Orzhov. I guess for Orzhov, it would be just, you know, fairy on top, like. But yeah, of course, in any white deck, you probably want to play it. Next up is Vanet, Heart of Hydaline. Apologies, so sorry. For 3 mana, we have a creature 3/3 legend. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. It has an activated ability. Here is Sundering for 7 mana and tap. Exile target non-land permanent. Transform that. So, exile target non-land permanent. Basically, like removal, right? And also transform it, and it transforms into Hydaline, the Mother Crystal, an indestructible creature 4/4 with Blessing of Light at the beginning of combat. On your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature control until your next turn. It gains indestructible. If that creature is legendary, draw a card. Nice. It is a rare. There are quite a lot of legends, so I guess, again, we're in that situation. We just opened the pack and we saw this. Would we first pick it? There are a lot of legends, so I guess it's not so hard to trigger that ability, I guess. And also for the late game, pretty. I guess it's good, honestly. Which archetype? Doesn't really matter, I guess it would fit any white archetype pretty nicely. But yeah, have to keep in mind that legend count. So you can draw a card as well. Alright, alright. Next up is Weapons Vendor. For 4 mana, we have a 2/2 creature. When it enters, draw a card. Without that, don't play. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control an equipment, you may be one. If you do, sorry, not if, but when you do, attach target equipment you control to target creature. Nice. So already, it comes with the card. So, not that, I mean, no, it does not come with a card, but it basically like pays for itself, you know what I mean? Like any spells that draw your card, or like creature when it enters draws your card, it is good, of course. And then if you're in this archetype, if you have a lot of equipment, if you're in force, chess, set, equipment archetype, I guess, honestly. Maybe even for Orzhov, if you have a lot of those equipments that come with tokens. Sure. Next up is White Orset. For 4 mana, we have Artifact. When it enters, exile target non-permanent an opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield. And also it ramps you, basically. It adds white mana. Oh, this is great. Honestly, this is amazing. This is a removal and mana rock in one. Oh, and it's an artifact which is going to matter. Oh, it's amazing. It's great. I love it. So good. Even though it costs 4 mana. Still good. Amazing. Next up is White Mage's Staff. For 2 mana, we have artifact equipment with Job Select. This is, I think, mechanic with tokens, and equipment creature gets +1/+1 and has, whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life, and is a cleric in addition to his other type. Equip cost is 3, so for 2 mana, I have it to 2. Just, you know, pretty simple, pretty clean. Again, synergy on artifacts, tokens, whatever. It's gonna be very useful. Just your 2-drop. You're not alone. For 1 mana, instant target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If you control 3 or more creatures, it gets +4/+4 until end of turn. Oh, this is great. We love cheap combat spells, cheap tricks. Sure. I love this new edition that not only it gets +2/+2, but sometimes maybe +4/+4. So for 1 mana, it's pretty strong. And the last white card is Zac Fair. For 1 white mana, legend, 0/1, and it enters with a +1/+1 counter on it. For 1 mana and sacrifice Zac Fair. Target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. Put its counters on that creature and attach an equipment that was attached to Zac Fair to that creature. Listen, this is pretty useful. Pretty useful creature. Sure. Very interesting design, but yeah, I like it, honestly. Okay, so here we have it, our white cards. Now let's move on to the blue. By the way, if you're a Final Fantasy fan, please, I don't know, share your favorite characters, or I know some stories, or you know, how can I possibly get more familiar with the lore I know with this world, because unfortunately none of the names ring a bell to me. But yeah, anyway, let's move on to the blue. And hello Zafri, hello there. And the first card is Astrologian's Tiny Sphere. For 2 mana, it is a rare artifact equipment with job select. Equipped creature is a wizard in addition to its other types, and has whenever you cast a non-creature spell and whenever you draw your 3rd card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Equip cost is 2. Alright, this is interesting. So of course, is our non-creature spell archetype as usual. Let's see. So Dimir is another control archetype. I'm not sure how well it would suit Azorius, but at the same time, you know, all this equipments with jobs that they are non-creature spells, by the way. But I feel like this is going to be pretty easy to trigger, honestly. So yeah, is it non-creature spells? Yeah, I apologize. Town Ramp, Simic, which I'll say about Simic. But yeah, being rare. Now I feel like regardless the archetype, like Azorius or probably better in it's still good. I would probably first pick it. I mean, it's just good. You know, it's of course not the bomby bomb, but it's good, I think. Next up is Cargo Ship, 40 mana. It is a vehicle with flying and vigilance, 2/3. For tap, it adds a colorless mana. Spend it only to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability of an artifact source, and it has crew 1. Okay, sure. You know, again, Azorius, right? Probably would be best there. Ramps you a little bit. Yeah, I quite like it, honestly. Yeah, I feel like it's going to be good in Azorius. In particular, next up is Combat Tutorial for 3 mana sorcery. Target player draws 2 cards. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature control. Oh, so like divination got a slight upgrade. Interesting. So I don't know in which archetype would it fit. Like, not it is a non-creature spell. They put encounters. I'm not sure. I guess it's a nice bonus, but other than that, I don't know. Next up, Dragoon's Wyvern for 3 mana. We have a Drake 2/1 with flying. When this creature enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. Oh, this is nice. Okay, we do love a good 2-in-1, don't we? So go wide strategy. But I'm thinking of archetypes. I guess it is like, you know, this is that kind of card that just it is good on its own, but I don't know how synergetic it really is with other archetypes. Like in Azorius, well, it's not an artifact. This hero token is not an artifact either. Is it? I don't know. Is all about non-creature spells mostly, right? Then this Simic Ramp. I don't know. So I'm not sure. I don't see a synergy, but like on its own, it's good. Stuck Days, hello, thank you so much for your follow. Next up is Dreams of Laguna for 2 mana, instant, surveil 1, then draw a card, and it has flashback. Sure, honestly, very elegant. Like first thought is Dimir. It's control, right? But also, is it? Or to be fair, maybe any blue archetype that is not aggro. Next up is Edgar, King of Figaro for 6 mana. We have Legend 4/5. It is a rare. When it enters, draw a card for each artifact you control. Okay. It has an ability to head a coin. The first time you flip 1 or more coins each turn, those coins come up heads and you win those flips. What the heck does it mean? What does it mean? Why? Listen, I think it's good for the first ability. I don't see the point of the second one, but maybe we'll see some coin flipping later. Again, this is like true and honest first impressions. I haven't read a spoiler before, and hence I'm reading every single card and just, you know, giving my thoughts regarding limited. Listen, would you first pick it? The question is, would you first pick it? It's a rare. I guess as finisher, as top end in this Azorius artifact deck, this is going to be insane. It's going to win you the game because well, you would draw a lot of cards, or you know, you would want to do that. Yeah, you know, with 6 mana. Next card is Eject, 4 mana instant. This spell can be countered. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Draw a card. Yeah, it is a pretty tempo card. The fact that it cycles itself, basically, like you cast, draw a card. Yeah, good. I like it. Good one. Next up is Ether for 4 mana artifact. For tap, exile this artifact, add blue mana, and also just like that, when you next cast an instant or sorcerer spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. I have to exile this artifact to add mana though. Oh man. I don't get it. Like, probably not hard for limited. Oh, speaking of coin slipping, there's only 1 card. Okay. Well, so that ability is pretty much irrelevant for limited. Anyway, this card, I don't know, it doesn't look like a limited design to me. It looks like maybe some piece of a combo, potentially. But yeah, maybe not for limited. Next up, Go-Go, Master of Mimicry. For 3 mana, it is a legend. It is a mythic, 2/4. It has ability double X and tap, copy target activated or triggered ability you control X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. This ability can be copied. Okay, and X can be 0. Now the rat, of course, has in any set a bunch of ETB abilities. Hello there, how are you? No, I guess it's solid, right? For like in the late game, I guess it can really go places. Oh wow. Yeah, this is an interesting card for sure. This looks busted. If copy Storm, does it double storm? That is a good question, actually. So you mean like double the amount of storm, right? Storm count. This would be a good question to ask a judge. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, this, you know, this is definitely good only in the late game. But all this equipments with tokens, you can copy that. Imagine. Right? So when that equipment enters, you create tokens. So basically you can create like a bunch of tokens if you want to. What else? Like this was the first thing that I thought of. One veg. Hello, thank you so much for your follow. This is probably, yeah, more of a constructed card than the limited one, but I guess in limited it's also, it's okay, I would say. Alright, so we do have an alternate art for Go-Go. Moving on, Ice Flan, 6 mana, creature 5/4. When it enters, tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls, put a sound counter on it, and it is a land cycler, island cycling 2. I mean, I guess all of these land cyclers, they're good, but again, same thing, being it a double blue. You cannot really splash, you know, you cannot really use it for a splash color, that's the thing. But other than that, honestly, I like it better as a creature compared to the white one. So I guess, like, if you don't need to find an island, just to cast it, fair and square for 6 mana, like, the effect is pretty neat too. And it's okay. For limited, which would you copy? Well, this, hold on. Like, job select. I would copy job select and create tokens. Anyway, Ice Magic for 2 mana instant, tiered, so we have to choose one. Blizzard, return target creature to its owner's hand, so 2 mana, its bounce, +2, total for target creature's owner, puts it on their choice of the top or bottom, and +6, total 8. Target creature's owner shuffles it into their library. I like spells like this, you know, all this bounce effect, and especially the second one being it soft removal. Yeah, pretty neat. It is a tempo card. Next up, how do I even read it? What is this? Is this like a number? Oh my god. Okay, so it is a favorite creature. Pixie for 2 mana to 1 flying. Whenever this creature attacks, surveil 1. Yeah, sure. Like all round good to drop. It is a flyer. It surveils. Great. just for 2 mana. With tiered, you have to choose one. It's not like it was in Thunder Junction. You cannot choose all of the modes. You have to choose one still. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's called tiered. And I don't remember what it was called in Thunder Junction. Next up is Jill, Shiva's Dominant. For 3 mana, we have a rare legendary creature. 2/2, when it enters, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. And for 5 mana and tap, exile it. Then return to the battlefield transformed. It becomes a 4/5 creature saga. First 2 chapters. Target creature can be blocked this turn, and the last one, tap all lands your opponents control. Exile Shiva, then return to the battlefield. So it becomes Shiva, Warden of Ice. Then when the 3rd lure hits, it transforms back to Jill, Shiva's Dominant. A spree. Well, thank you, Zephyr. Thank you. I'm just, I'm not thinking straight today. Just forgetting all of the names, all of the mechanics. Just crazy. I apologize for that. Yeah. So, like, I try to evaluate cards from the limited perspective. Of course, all this, or the majority of rares and mythics, they have more of a constructed design, I would assume. But anyway, I guess still, if you open this, you would want to transform it, because it's pretty easy. Sorry, you would pick it because it is pretty easy to transform it. That's like what I wanted to say. Just 5 mana. Then yeah, it is still pretty impactful, honestly. Just target creature can be blocked. Just imagine at this stage of the game, this can be huge. Also, like, this ETB effect is a pretty tempo one. I like it. It is a good one for limited as well. Better than Exclusion Mage. Honestly, yes. Hold on. What is the Exclusion Mage? I was thinking we were talking about Gogo. Jill is better than Gogo. Yeah, but target creature, like any of the creatures that you have, No, I think like this is a very tempo one. It's a tempo card for sure. Anyway, next rare is Luzua's Sacrifice. For 1 mana instant, as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a legendary creature or pay 2. Counter target activate ability, trigger ability, or non-creature spell. Ooh. Nice. Interesting. Honestly interesting. So, for limited, being it a rare, it's probably underwhelming, right? Because you open it back and you, like, basically open a counter spell. Like, for 3 mana, it's probably not where you want to be, but sacrifice legendary creature, damn. I don't know. Hello. Oh, there will be. So I will upload this VOD on my YouTube channel, which is at Mr. and Mrs. Spike for sure. I'm not going to do this top 5s because it is first impressions. I haven't read a spoiler beforehand, so this is just straight up first impressions, going live, talking about limited. Yeah, but I will definitely upload. I'll try to upload it tonight, this mod. So tomorrow we'll continue with part 2. Yeah, this for limited. Yeah, coming back to it. Hello. be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of counter spells in limited in general, unless you're like in a control deck and it's a 2-mana counter spell which you can count as your 2-drop, so to speak. So, you know, like just thinking about your early game, about your development. But this one is just, I know, you can counter only non-creature spells. Like sometimes this, yeah, triggered or activated abilities for 3, and it's rare. Honestly, I don't think it's for limited. It has more of a constructed design for sure. Yeah, so you counter target activated ability, triggered ability, or non-creature spell, and so as an additional cost to cast the spell, you have to sacrifice a legendary creature, or you pay additional to. So basically, it costs 3 mana in limited, just realistically. So yeah, let's move on. Yeah, for constructed, I feel like, yeah, definitely constructed design, not a limited one. Next up is Magic Damper. For 1 mana, we have instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Untapped. Shore Up. We have Shore Up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Why not? Sure, it is a pretty decent, pretty good combo trick, of course. Which archetype would it fit? So, maybe Izzet, you know? Maybe Izzet the best. Maybe Azorius. But in Izzet, we have to focus more on non-creature spells. And, like, the design of this card maybe does not feel... does not fit the Dimir theme being in the control deck, so still, you know, when you draft, when you choose cards like this for your deck, I wouldn't say it's universal, but it's good. Just have to see, depends on your deck. Top 5 art cards. This is going to be so challenging because, again, I have no idea what I'm looking at. This art is so specific. Yeah, I cannot relate to any of the characters at all. I don't know anything about them. Alright, so moving on. Matoya, Arcan Elder. For 3 mana, we have a legendary creature 1/4. Whenever you scry or surveil, draw a card. Okay, interesting. Scry or surveil. And as a first pick, it is underwhelming, right? So there is a certain deck building cost. Otherwise, like, why would you need like a 1/4 for 3? So yeah, have to see again. Have to see. Like Dimir control. Thing is that it's rare. Yeah, sure. Actually, yeah. With that fairy, there are also other spells we've seen before, like surveil, then draw a card with flashback. So, you know, maybe yeah. Memories Return. For 4 mana, sorcery. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand, then choose an opponent. They put one on the bottom of your library. Then you put one into your hand. Then they put one on the bottom of your library. Put the other into your hand. Flashback. 9. Oh, wow. Actually, yeah, like, one way or another, you get your 3 cards, right? Listen, this is good. Yeah, it is sorcery. It's not Memory Deluge, of course. But I mean, still. think it's good, honestly. Toughness 4 is good and limited. Yeah, I agree. But I feel like being it a rare, you know, you have higher expectations. And that's a good point. Yeah, if the format is slow, this is a bomb. That was exactly what I was thinking when I was reviewing other cards, like that insane saga creature in white for what, 8 mana. Constant. It made me think, listen, maybe the format is slow. Otherwise, why? I think it's good. Memory's Return is good. Next up is Quickturn Merchant for 3 mana. We have a Beast Citizen creature 1/4. Ooh, and it has 2 activated abilities. So for 1 and tap, draw a card, then discard a card. Okay, you're a looter. Then for 7 mana and tap, sacrifice this creature, draw 3 cards. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each town you control. Okay, so this, like, hint, this is for Simic, right? Town ramp. We'll have to see about those towns, though. Okay. Gotcha. Listen, I think it's good, you know. It is pretty defensive, but yeah, as Evidence Help said, that 4 toughness may be surprisingly good and limited. So defensive stats, it is like quite cheap looter, you know. Yeah, you still have to pay 1, but I mean, okay. And then why not? You just draw 3 cards out of it. I think it's okay. And this defensive archetype, like town means Simic, but also maybe Dimir, why not? And so you were talking how I missed a card. Well, now that I see, I guess, yeah, we have a different filtering. Next up is Quistis Trepe. I'm so sorry. Like, I don't know. I'm going to apologize every time I attempt to pronounce a name of a character. It's just, I feel like I'm butchering it. Anyway, 3 mana legendary creature 2/2. When it enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. If that spell would be put to graveyard, excellent. Snappy. Nice. No, honestly, it is good. Of course. I've played all the games and don't know how to pronounce them either. Okay, well, you know what? It makes me feel better, for sure. Alright. No, it's good. Very good, right? Is it Dimir? Perfect. Value creature. It doesn't have flash though, but you know what? Still good. Realms Sketching for 4 mana sorcerer. Create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land. That's an interesting one. So you can target any artifact, creature, or land. It doesn't have to be yours, which is pretty awesome, actually. Yeah. Flora is a 3 mana, so though. Yeah, I agree. Definitely there is a deck building cost so just big. So yeah, it's not universal, of course. So that's why I was talking about Izet mostly, but also Dimir. So those archetypes being more non-creature spells heavy, you know. This one, I like it, honestly. I feel like there is something to it. Usually I don't like any card, any effect that you know, enters as a copy, but here, no, I think, yeah, it may be something. It is a non-creature spell, so another point for maybe EZ. It is also, listen, it is a 4 mana spell, so this matters actually for EZ archetype. True, yeah, copying the creature sagas may be fun for sure. Are we here? Yes. Next up is Retrieve the Esper. For 4 mana, sorcery, create a 3/3 blue robot warrior artifact creature token. Then, if this spell was cast from a graveyard, put 2 +1/+1 counters on the token. Oh, this is so good. Again, 4+ mana cost matters in AZ. I feel like it's gonna be great in maybe Dimir 2. It is an artifact, so maybe even in Azorius. The fact that it has flashback makes it even better. I like this card so much. Treat this, yeah. This card is so good. So at least you know, first impressions and what I can gather, like at least like my first thoughts where exactly it can fit. I feel like it's good. Next up, Rook Turret, 4 mana, 3/3 flyer. It's an artifact. Whenever another artifact you control enters, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Nice. Honestly, pretty neat. So it is like an artifact fall effect, basically what I call it. Whenever an artifact enters, nice. It's an artifact on its own, so within Azorius, that's good. I feel like it's good, definitely. Next up is Sage's Knowledge. For 2 mana, artifact equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+0. Has whenever this creature attacks, untap target attacking creature and is a cleric in addition to its other types. Equip cost is 3. It's good. Again, probably best fit is Azorius because it's an artifact. Basically, it is your, essentially it is your 2-drop. It's good. And the abilities also not nothing. Alright, next up, Sahagin. For 2 mana, 1/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature and it can be blocked this turn. So, okay. This is your little payoff for those 4+ mana cost non-creature spells. You know what? It's a fine to draw for this. More for defensive archetypes. This just, you know, screams EZ because this is like the baseline of the archetype, right? Those big non-creature spells, not big expensive non-creature spells. Yeah, it's a fine to drop, and you know what, like later on it may become like a real threat because with all those counters it becomes unblockable, and early on it's a fine to drop too. All right, moving on. Scorpion Sentinel. For 2 mana, we have artifact creature 1/4. As long as you control 7 or more lands, this creature gets +3/+0. Oh well. It is a pretty defensive to drop. Like, if you're playing control deck, if you're playing ramp, you still need to think about your early game. So, like, this holds the ground probably. I wouldn't expect it to be like 4/4, but as your 2-drop, just to hold that early aggression until you ramp out or until you get your payoffs and just, you know, big spells, whatnot. When you, yeah, it's okay, but it's not hero. So, like, for example, I wouldn't play it in Azorius because I think that Azorius as an archetype is more of an aggro one. even though it's an artifact creature. So yeah, just have to see. Next up, side quest, card collection. Another side quest. 4 mana enchantment. When this enchantment enters, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards. Okay. At the beginning of your end step, if 8 or more cards are in your graveyard, transform this enchantment and it becomes a creature magic card. 4/4 flying, crew 1. It is a vehicle. Listen, this is better than the white one because like draw 3 cards, then like this just card selection basically is not nothing. So I definitely like it better than the white one. I would assume it is a cycle. Main quest for someone. Love it. Yeah. Card collection. Yeah, love it, love it. Next up, Fleet Magic. Oh my god. Or 1 blue mana enchantment. It's an aura. When it enters, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step, and when enchanted creature is dealt damage, sacrifice this aura. Awesome, honestly. Like, perfect removal in blue, just 1 mana, very efficient. I love it. Basically no drawbacks, like only when enchanted creature is dealt damage, but realistically seems bad. How it is bad? Did I miss something? Like, the creature is tapped. How can it possibly get damaged unless like the controller specifically, like, I don't know, deal your opponent, for example, deals 1 damage or something, or I don't know, a certain amount of damage that does not kill this creature, but then you know, you have to sacrifice this aura. But you sacrifice this aura only when enchanted creature is dealt damage. So in combat, it can't happen in combat. It can only happen in situation when your opponent, for example, deals damage specifically to this creature, and also this creature shouldn't die. I don't know, it's just yeah, how would you trigger sacrifice exactly on, like, in this situation? Yeah, I agree totally. Like, that's fair, you know, and especially if they, like, it should be like extremely situational, so they yeah, have to deal damage to their own creature so it doesn't die. And yeah, like, honestly, I feel like it is pretty good, pretty amazing, just so cheap and efficient. Removal in blue, we haven't seen that in a while. No, a fight spell, maybe, yeah. True. Oh, there are ways, but it's still, like, it is pretty fair, no? And yeah, it definitely gives you time, like, buys you time. And it's not like, you know, this aura, like, you tap the creature, it doesn't untap until your opponent pays like 5 mana or something. So this is different. I feel like it's good. Anyway, stolen uniform for 1 mana instant. Choose target creature you control and target equipment. Gain control of that equipment until end of turn. Attach it to the chosen creature. When you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to creature you control, unattach it. Whoa. So many words. So okay, with skill and equipment. Which is still an equipment essentially, right? I mean, I feel like it can be a pretty neat combat trick against those equipment with job selection. What's called this new mechanic? Like if they attack with that token under an equipment, you just steal that equipment. I don't know. Quite situational. I feel like I'm not sure about this one. Still in uniform. Yeah, it seems bad. I agree. Too situational and maybe not worth it, right? Especially if you think about Archetype, where you would want to play it. Yeah, probably not worth it. Anyway, moving on to Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum for 3 mana enchantment aura. It has flash, enchant, artifact, or creature. When it enters, tap enchanted permanent. And enchanted permanent does not untap during its controller's untaps tap, and its activated abilities can be activated. Also, this is another great removal in blue, so you can like the fact that you can enchant artifact. I feel like it's not nothing. Yeah, great. Honestly, perfect. Great removal in blue. It has flash. Okay, moving on to Summon Leviathan. This is a rare 6 mana. It's Enchantment Saga. 6/6 with ward 2 creature, and it has 3 lures. First one, return each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent to its owner's hand. Listen, this is a nice company, right? This can be the beginning of some sort of a joke, so, you know, Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, and Serpent meet at a bar, or something like that, and the rest just go. Second and third lures are until end of turn, whenever a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent attacks, draw a card. And of course, the creature type of this card is a Leviathan. Oh, nice, honestly. For 6 mana. Yeah, just imagine like how impactful this can be, like, honestly. So you cast it and your opponent bounces all of their creatures. Oh, nice. And then you just draw a card when you attack with that. Oh, this is so good. It's a rare though, but it's probably one of the best that we've seen so far. This, just based on first impressions, it's like a bomb for sure. Next up, Summon Shiva. So for 5 mana, we have another creature saga. 4/5. First 2 lures. Tap target creature and opponent controls. Put a stun counter on it. Okay. And the third one, draw a card for each tapped creature opponent controls. Okay. Nice. So at least 2, right? At least 2 cards you would draw in the end. Sure. I mean, it looks good to me. Pretty tempo, like, with all that tap and stun counters, and then draw cards. Swallowed by Leviathan for 3 mana. Instant, choose target spell. Surveil 2. Then counter the chosen spell unless its controller pays 1 for each card in your graveyard. Pretty interesting, you know, but the mirror control, I guess you would want to play it because of the surveil. 3 mana. I don't know. It's gonna depend, but I think it will see play because those on the bombs, so to speak, they cost a lot of mana, so I think it still makes sense. These cards makes Fold by Leviathan. We'll see play probably. Ooh, have Syncopate. X and 1 blue, counter a spell unless its controller pays X. And if that spell is countered this way, exile it instead. But then this is going to be a premium, and it is a premium counter spell for sure. Next up, the Lunar Whale. For 4 mana, we have a vehicle. It is a rare artifact, of course, being a vehicle. So 3/5 with flying, crew 1. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. As long as the Lunar Whale attacked this turn, you may play the top card of your library. Pretty neat, honestly. Nice. Yeah, I like it. I feel like this card, it has to be dealt with pretty much immediately. Just crew cost is so low. It's an artifact, meaning Azorius is going to be the perfect fit, but I mean, all in all, it's just a good card. It's a rare, but I would totally first pick it. Next up is Prima Vista for 5 mana. Another vehicle, but it is uncommon. 5/3 flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, the Prima Vista becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. And it has crew 2. Okay, this is like some sort of payoff for is it theme. This non-creature spells, mana cost 4 or more. It is a non-creature spell on its own. Yeah, I agree. Speaking of the previous card, exactly, not the part to attack with a fire. Not at all. But this one is different. I don't think that like this particular payoff is that strong, you know. If you want to, you can just screw it. I don't know, this just in general looks like a filler, but at the same time it also triggers this theme of 4+ non-creature spells in mana cost to me. I don't know, but I feel like, yeah, can be aggressive. Like at the same time, if you think about it, it is 5/3 flyer, but yeah, I agree. Not exactly a filler, is it? But more like glue. Yeah. Just when you first look at it, it looks underwhelming, right? But yeah, maybe. Probably is it only? Not for Azorius. In Azorius, actually, it is a filler. In Is It, maybe not so much. But also like 5 mana. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. The Water Crystal, 4 mana, legendary artifact. It is a rare. Okay, I guess it is a cycle, right? So blue spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many cards plus 4 instead. And for 6 mana tap, each opponent mills cards equal to the number of cards in your hand. Again, I feel like all of these crystals, they have more of a constructed design. As like, again, imagine you just invest your whole turn to cast this, and for what? Am I wrong though? I don't know, there are a lot of overpriced spells, but this looks overpriced to me as well, and it's a rare. So I know I'm just not convinced that those are going to be good and limited. We shall see. Right, and it's a rare. So, Thieves' Knife for 3 mana, artifact equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, and is a rogue in addition to its other types. Equip 4. Ooh, we do love to draw a card when we deal damage, don't we? But it doesn't have evasion though. That's the problem. But other than that, great. Also, you can just re-equip it on a creature that actually has evasion right later on and just keep drawing cards. It's good. Yeah. No, it's good. Travel the overworld. So 7 mana sorcery, affinity 4 times. Draw 4 cards. Listen, I'm curious. I need to see these towns. I need to see these towns. I guess in this specific archetype, it's going to be great. If you're able to easily assemble it. So we'll have to see about those towns. Next up, Ultimatia, Temporal Threat. For 6 mana, we have a legendary creature 4/4. When it enters, tap all creatures your opponents control. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Nice. But again, 6 mana, I don't know, it bothers me so much. Like a lot of this alleged bombs, they are extremely overpriced. But you know, if still good. And the cost, it kind of bothers me. Thing is that, you know, I look at it more like top end, like finisher, because I would assume that you would have a board state of sorts, especially if you're in Azorius. So you tap your opponent's creatures, you attack, you draw a card. If it wasn't enough, you know, for lethal, you draw a card. Yeah, I agree. But if you are losing though, yeah, that's a good point. It's just, yeah, for 6 mana 4/4. It feels bad. So I guess if you opened this in a pack, you'd want to draft something like Azores rather than EZ or Dimir. Yeah, but this, you know, this looks more like a constructed thing that you're talking about if we're talking about limited. It's not that. Anyway, I'm moving on to Ultra's Obnoxious Octopus. This art. For 2 mana, I have Octopus. Speaking of Leviathan, like this is the best bud, I guess. 2/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it again. Like hint EZ. Tap target creature and opponent controls and put a sound counter on it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 mana was spent to cast it, put 8 +1/+1 counters on Ultras. Funny things that you can do sometimes, right? Like, I guess if you're able to trigger that, it's like an achievement unlocked. But honestly, yeah, I like it. So it's good to drop Dimir, but specifically EZ. I mean, it just, you know, it screams EZ. Just the payoff for those expensive non-creature spells, but for Dimir too, I guess. Oh, Knights of the Round Cost. Maybe, but I wouldn't think of it as an Azorius card though. But yeah, like this two combines, like. Alright, next up, Valkyrie Aerial Unit, 7 mana artifact creature construct, 5/4. It has affinity for artifacts. Thank God. It has flying when this creature enters a rail 2. Oh, this is nice, honestly. Like, yeah, this is so good, and this is just going to be the perfect fit for Azorius. Oh no, it doesn't work with it. So you see, even with Octopus it doesn't make sense. Oh man. Okay, and the last blue card is Ishtola Rule. So for 6 mana, we have legendary creature 3/5 at the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control. Then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Then, it's not enough. If it's the first end step of the turn, there's an additional end step after this step. Oh my god, like what's going on here? Oh man, it is a mythic for 6 mana. Like, this is going to be a very interesting limited set to play. Not gonna lie, like it's gonna be so different from the previous ones. Oh wow. To be fair, I don't know what to think of it, honestly. Just the mana cost. The mana cost makes me cringe, not gonna lie. I love it. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how to comment on it. It is a mythic. I honestly, I wouldn't first pick it. That's it. Let's leave it at that. Then, of course, we'll have to see this Wednesday. Okay, so black. And the first black card is Ariman. For 3 mana, we have a creature 2/2 with flying death touch. Has an activate ability for 3, sacrifice another creature or artifact, draw a card. Oh, so here we have it, our payoff for this sacrifice. Problem is, it is quite expensive. Like, we have to pay 3. And our sacrifice archetype, just to remind you, is Orzhov. I guess it's okay. You know, for 3 mana, we have our 2/2 flyer, has death touch, which is a bonus, I guess. 3 mana, sacrifice a creature. It's a little bit expensive to me, not gonna lie. So we'll have to see. But maybe again, maybe just all that just says how the format is going to be slower than usual. Yeah, speaking of that, mythic. Yeah, I see, yeah. Maybe, but just, you know, imagine if you just open this as your rare in a pack, first pack. But later on, I guess, yeah, you can find a use to it. Anyway, next card is All the Head Salvagers. For 3 mana, we have a 2/3 creature. Whenever this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay, I see ya. Sacrifice archetype. So this can be something. This drain effects, they usually prove to be quite powerful in the right combination, in the right archetype. So maybe, but again, it is quite specific to the archetype, because for 3 mana to 3 is just not good enough, right? If you're able to trigger that, oh my god. Oh wow. Arden, the Usurper, for 8 mana, 5 and 3 black. Have a legendary creature 4/4. Demons you control have menace, lifelink, and haste. And what? It has this ability Star Scourge. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target creature card from a graveyard. If you exile the card this way, create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's a 5/5 black demon. Okay, well, we'll see about that. Listen, this guy. Yeah, and honestly, it just stays there. It's not like you have to sacrifice it, right? At the beginning of your end step or something. To be fair, I think it's more of a limited card than a constructed one. Because, like, 8 mana, hello! I mean, in constructed, of course, maybe some sort of reanimation, like reanimator deck. Because otherwise, yeah, it's not realistic. In limited, 8 mana is also a lot, of course. 8 mana is like huge sometimes, and probably most of the times you don't want to have 8 lands in a game of limited. But honestly, yeah, it is a bomby bomb. 8 mana is a lot, of course. Evil Unicorn. I love that you're thinking about constructed. Honestly, like, even though like I'm more focused on limited, I like that perspective, you know, like in parallel of what I'm talking about. But yeah, multi-attack. With full move, you mean? Yeah. I think it's a bomb. Mana cost is a little bit concerning. Other than that, okay. Next up. No, of course, yeah. Totally. No, it is pretty busted. Problem is to cast it. Black Mage's Rod for 2 mana artifact equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 has. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent and is a wizard in addition to its other types. Okay, so this ability, it says just that it belongs to Rakdos, because Rakdos, let's quick reminder, Rakdos. Here it says, play the aggressive game with creatures that reward you whenever you cast a non-creature spell, which is, you know, unusual, but at the same time, all this equipments with job select, they are non-creature spells, so this makes sense now. Yeah, sure. Pretty good. You're to drop. Indimir. Yeah, Indimir is also good, of course. Rakdos is called like a non-creature aggro archetype. Next up, Cecil, Dark Knight. It is a rare for 1 black mana, legendary creature, 2/3 with Death Touch. And this Darkness ability, whenever Cecil deals damage, use that much life, then if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, untap Cecil and transform it, and it becomes Cecil Redeemed Paladin 4/4 lifelink with Protect. Whenever it attacks other attacking creatures, gain indestructible until end of turn. Sure. Sleek 555. Hello, thank you so much for a follow. Don't life totally. Yeah. That's funny. No, it's good. Honestly, this like for 1 mana 2/3 Death Toucher. Like hello. That's good. Yeah. So you see it like transform it redeemed itself. Nice. Does it become a white creature though? Does it become white? If we're talking about color identity. Oh, that's fun. Right. And also like thinking, okay, it has lifelink. I'm still looking for good live game payoffs. I haven't seen any, but we do have like a decent amount of live game here in this set. At least from we've seen so far. Okay, this art is absolutely badass. Anyway, moving on. Circle of Power. For 4 mana, we have sorcery. You draw 2 cards and you lose 2 life. Create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to its opponent. Wizards you control get +1/+0 and gain lifelink until end of turn. Interesting. Again, I feel like it hints us to the right direction. This pinging and a creature spell and whatnot. You think win more cards? You know what? It's like because in black we have like a different we've seen a certain variation of this draw cards that you draw 2 cards that you lose to life and something else or just like that, and this is like an upgrade to that, so it does not cost 3 mana but 4, but you get a token. So maybe, but like personally I'm not a fan of this effects of this type of cards. Yeah, it's a bonus for sure. I agree with all you say. Like there are pros and cons, but I guess it all comes down to your preferences and most importantly the deck that you build. Dark Confident. Spoiler. Yeah, he's back, but is he going to be that good as it used to be? Wizard token. Yeah, you know what? This life drain can be like a real thing for sure. Okay, this card. Cornered by Black Mages. For 3 mana, 1 and 2 black sorcery. Target opponent sacrifice a creature of their choice and you create that wizard token. Oh, this is good, honestly. Like, it is an edict card essentially, but the fact that you get that wizard token, yeah, I totally agree that it can get out of control. Yeah, it's like, now you're talking, right? And here is Dark Confident is back in standard. For 2 mana, we have a 2/1 human wizard creature. At the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top card of your library and put this card into your hand. You lose life equal to its mana value. Now, in limited, usually these cards are not so good, so you have to be careful about your curve, right? If you're playing this card in your deck, you have to be a very low curve deck, which is hard to achieve in limited. Because usually you have like 1 or 2 cards that cost, I don't know, maybe 5+ mana, and especially in this set, I've seen a lot of strong cards that cost like a lot of mana, maybe like a ridiculous amount of mana. So I don't think that it's going to be good in this limited set. And also, I'm not sure about constructed either. I don't think that it's going to be good in current standards. Current standard is extremely fast. Like, I don't think that Bob is as strong as it used to be anymore, but it is exciting. It is, you know, very nostalgic to see Dark Confident being back. Good point, good point. Bronco is better actually, yeah, because you can choose. Yeah, and also, like, now nobody's really playing Bronco anymore because the format is just super fast. So yeah. Okay. Next up, Dark Knight's Great Sword. For 3 mana, artifact equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +3/+0 and is a knight in addition to its other types. Equip cost is 3 life, and you can only activate it once each turn. I mean, for 3 mana, you get essentially a 3/1 creature. I guess it's nice that you have this equip cost, but again, like, it's not universal. Sometimes it's gonna matter. Another way to get rid of that useless life, yeah. Right, and finally flip what were you called? Cecil. Finally flip Cecil to become paladin. I'm not a fan, to be honest. I feel like I don't know, this equip cost is a little bit specific for the cards. Yeah, like, pay 3 life, but once per turn. As if it wasn't enough, right? Deadly Embrace. Oh, let me see. No. Why am I at Circle Power? Sorry. Dark Knight. You see this one? Great Sword. 0. Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. It is a little bit confusing. There are like so many different versions now, right? So are we gonna see it in just a normal game of Limited? Anyway, Deadly Embrace. 5 mana sorcery, destroy target creature your opponent controls, then draw a card for each creature that died this turn. Well, at least one. Oh, amazing. It's a rare though. I agree, but you know what? Let's just talk about these cards just in case. Just in case we're gonna see them in the play boosters. Next up, Demon Wall for 2 mana, artifact creature, 3/3 defender with menace. As long as this creature has a counter on it, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. And for 6 mana, you can put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature. Demon Wall. I like how the creature type is also like Demon Wall. It's a Demon Wall. Just like, that's it. booster filter. I have to go all the way up. You know what? Let us finish as is, and tomorrow I'm just going to switch this review website, and it's going to be way easier. But yeah. Fair, like there should be ways to put just counters on it, right? But as a defender, like, I don't know. It's a little bit. Or is a card, but maybe there are some hidden synergies. All right, green, of course, green has to have it. Divination. Listen, there is something to it, huh? But is it worth it? Because like it requires this deck building cost, like some additional work. Is it worth it? Evil Reawakened. So for 5 mana we have sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. Honestly, I have a soft spot for this reanimation spells in limited. I don't know why. 2 +2 counter, so you can bring back something, and yeah. But you know, it just depends. It depends on your deck, so it's not universally good. You can reanimate saga creatures. Yeah, it's a combo. So we just, yeah, trade it, mill it, whatever, then just, you know. Oh man. Bang, Fearless. Pulsey. Well, it's a 3 mana 2/3 legendary creature. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. This ability triggers only once a turn. Oh, it's a melding card. It melds with vanilla. Cheerful, we'll see. Oh, we'll have to see about that melding thing. Oh, so this probably means Golgari, right? Just, you know, straight out of Golgari meld. No, so how can you get cards out of your graveyard? Flashback. So I guess it's nice in this. It can be good in Dimir, of course, with all those flashback spells, and Golgari, of course, I would assume. I think it's nice, but only if you have some sort of synergy, right? Next up, fight on for 3 mana instant. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, it is a grind fast and also a way to trigger the previous creature and draw a card. Nice. Honestly, like, it is quite specific, but I can definitely see it play. Even though like 3 mana maybe a little bit too much, but again, it will all depend on the speed of the format. Gaius von Elsar. 4 mana, 3/2 legendary creature. When it enters, you choose 1. Either each player sacrifices a creature token of their choice, or each player sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice, or each player sacrifices an enchantment of their choice. So it's like Sheoldred's Edict on legs. That's nice. I like the that you have these options. Also, maybe you do get some value out of this sacrifice effects as well. maybe have some payoffs. We're just chupacabra. I think there is definitely something to it. Oh, hold on. Need to open a door for my cat. Yeah, here she was again. Okay, she's a very old lady, and yeah. Exactly that. Alright, let's move on. Exiled, hello, and welcome. Thank you so much for your raid. How are you? Thank you. Hello, raiders, welcome. So we kick this pre-release week with a limited set review / first impressions, because as always, when I do these things, when I do these reviews, I don't look at a spoiler at all. So I haven't seen any of these cards, hence I'm just reading, and then we're just discussing live, just true and honest first impressions regarding limited play. So that's what we're doing today, and tomorrow I'm going to continue doing it. It's going to be a part 2, starting with green, I guess. So we're going to review. Now I'm in the middle of black, and then we'll move on to the red, and then tomorrow I'll start with green. That's the plan. And on Wednesday, of course, Arena streamer event. I'm going to stream that, followed up with Thursday, and on Friday is going to be Magic Online's early access. Aw, I'm sorry. Yeah, sometimes it's just so frustrating, right? Current thoughts. So, you know, like, true and honest first impressions. This, like, from the limited perspective, it looks kind of slow. Like, this set looks a little bit slow, but we shall see. I don't know. Like, I cannot really wrap my mind around it. How do I feel about this overcosted bumps, so to speak? I feel like it's good. I don't know. I prefer slower formats in limited. But yeah, we'll see. But so far, I feel like there's a lot of synergy, which is always good. And this, yeah, Archetypes. So yeah, let's come back. Let's continue with the set review. So it is a 2-mana creature 1/1. When it enters, each one discards card. You know, it is an expandable creature essentially. I would say that would fit best for Job. So yeah, it is something to fill your early game with, or later in the game also not bad, and then you just sacrifice it for whatever. Yeah, I'm on these people. Yeah, I also feel like slower limited sets are the best ones. Next one is I'm sorry. Reluctant Guardian. 4 mana, 4/3 menace. Also, like, the pronunciation, it just depends where this guy is from. Right? So, 4/3 menace. Whenever, I'm gonna call it Yacht. Okay. Deals combat damage to a player. You may exile it, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. So, just needs to deal combat damage to get transformed, right? And it becomes a 7/7 Mammoth Saga creature. First 2 lures, each opponent discards a card and you draw a card. And the third one, each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. Huh. It's an interesting one, but it's a rare though. I don't know anything about Final Fantasy. Oh my god. High five too. Same. Honestly, same. I feel so isolated in that regard, to be honest, because I cannot relate to any of these characters at all. World's worst dead. Would you first pick it? I mean, it looks like it's not so hard to transform it, right? At the same time, at this stage of the game, like, you can easily just double block. That's it. 4/3 mana, like, for 4 mana, is it good enough? But if it is able to deal damage, then it is pretty sweet. Okay, so we're hating Yacht here. I see. Yeah, I agree, but if not, yeah, I don't know. Next rare is Kind Trader's Dragoon for 3 mana, 4/2. During your turn, Kind has flying, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of. If they do, you draw that many cards, create that many tapped treasure tokens, then lose that much life. Excuse me. I have to just, assess it, like, in which situation would I want to do that. So, my opponent can do the same, right, if they want to. What do you think about this card? I don't know. I'm conflicted. I'm gonna lie. I'm conflicted. Speaking from a limited point of view. I don't know. Like, true and honest. Like, just first look at this card. I don't know. I don't know. And it is a rare. Limited is bad. So yeah, like, it definitely feels like more of a constructed design. Some bounce effects. Yeah, makes sense. Which is very hard to achieve in limited. So, yeah. True. Let's say that it is more of a constructed card than the limited one. Next up is Malboro for 6 mana, 4/4. Plant Horror with Bad Breath. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles the top 3 cards of the library. And it has Swamp Cycler, so it is a land cycler. Which, you know, this cycle, I mean, it's good, of course. Probably as a creature, it's okay. But what makes it playable is this ability, of course. Otherwise, you wouldn't play it. To make it decayed. Oh wow. Yeah, that's like next level. Next card is Namazu Trader for 4 mana. Fish Citizen, 3/4. When this creature enters, you lose 1 life and create a treasure token. Whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, surveil 2. Okay, so to trigger that, you actually don't need anything because it already comes with this treasure token. I just don't think that this surveil 2 is good enough. For 4 mana, 3/4. I mean, this ATB is nice. So ramps you little or stabilizes you. I feel like it's playable, yeah, for sure. Oh, it's okay. 3/4 are nice stats, but we like really see this energy of surveil, like filling your graveyard. So could be in Galveri, could be in Dimir. Sacrifice effect. Has to attack. I don't know. Like, I feel like it is a borderline filler, maybe. It has this feeling for sure. This vibes. Ninja's Blades. For 3 mana, have an artifact equipment. It's a rare with job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Is a ninja in addition to its other types, and has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then discard a card. That player loses life equal to the discarded card's mana value. Alright, the shoe. Not bad, right? This is sweet. Thing is that, like, for 3 mana you get a 2/2. Doesn't have an evasion, but you know what? It's an equip. You can just re-equip if you need to. No, I feel like it's good for sure. Overkill. I think we've seen this. It is. This card is true to its name. For 3 mana instant, target creature gets -0, -99 until end of turn. Snores nice. Agreed. No, great removal in black, of course. Phantom Train for 4 mana, have artifact vehicle with tremble 4/4. Sacrifice another artifact or creature, put +1/+1 counter on this vehicle. It becomes a spirit artifact creature in addition to its other types until end of turn. So, there is no way to just crew it. You have to sacrifice for it to become a creature. Oh. That's the first. Oh, I don't think it's a good enough payoff, to be honest. I don't like it. Yeah, it is flavor win for sure, but I don't know about this card. I don't like it. Poison the Waters for 2 mana, sorcery. Choose one. All creatures get -1/-1 until end of turn. Or target player reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature card from it. Target player discards this card. Okay, so first look, it looks like a straight up sideboard card. But again, maybe it's gonna be main deckable. It just depends. Depends on which archetypes are gonna shine the most. Maybe so if those go white strategies will prevail, then of course it makes sense to main deck it for the first effect. Yeah, but if not, it's just a solid sideboard card for sure. Next up is Outrub Fourier. For 3 mana, we have a 3/2. When it enters, you choose one. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn, or exile out to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. Oh, this looks like a filler, no? I feel like we've seen better cards, better creatures with this effect. This Manticore effect. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Next up, Reno and Rude for 2 mana, legendary creature, 2/1 with menace. Agreed. Whenever Reno and Rude deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. Then you may then you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. Okay, so. And if you do, you may play the exiled card this turn. Mana any type can be spent to cast it. Okay. Okay, so in order to play that exiled card, you have to sacrifice creature or artifact. I mean, in this specific deck, if you're able to build this good sacrifice archetype, which is Orzhov in this set, if you do have a bunch of expendable creatures, I guess why not? But to be fair, this looks like a lot of work to me. So it has to deal combat damage, and then in order for you to get value, you again need to do something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but other than that, you know, it's an aggressive 2-drop. Yeah, exactly. Probably just look at it like that. Yeah. Resentful Revelation. For 2 mana, we have sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. It has flashback 7. Card draw, card selection, basically. Maybe in Ragnas non-creatures, but most likely in Dimir. It's gonna shine most. Oh, actually, Golgari, right? You're right, because we're putting cards into the graveyard. Yes, you're right. Maybe Golgari. Yeah, other than you're right, Golgari. Golgari is the best home for this card. And maybe Dimir too. Okay, Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier for 3 mana. We have a 3/3 mythic creature. Whenever it enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. Okay, now you're talking, right? Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. If this is the 4th time this ability has resolved this turn, transform Sephiroth. Okay. 4 times. So 1 time when it entered, let's say, and then like, how are you able to transform? And it transformed anyway. It transforms into Sephiroth, 1 Winged Angel. a 5/5 creature with flying, and has an ability as this creature transforms into Sephiroth, one-winged angel, you get an emblem with whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. And whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other creatures. If you do, draw that many cards. Listen, the transformatives, of course, like Bombi Bomb, but in a game of limited, it's extremely hard to like trigger that. How can it possibly sacrifice 4 creatures in 1 turn? I mean, from what we've seen so far, any sacrifice effects, they're quite expensive. Like there was this creature, first one I guess that we saw. You sacrifice a creature for 3 mana. So I guess it's feasible. It just requires either a lot of mana or what? Whenever another creature dies. So, opponent's creature as well. Hold on, this actually, I feel like I was thinking about it in the wrong way, because it says whenever another creature dies, so not necessarily your creature. But I mean, still, it's okay, like, it entered. You destroyed your opponent's creature, you sacrifice your own creature. We need a fourth. We need a fourth, people. No, I agree. The first, to be fair, the first ability is pretty strong enough on its own. I agree. Yeah. I agree. No, it's a good first. Sorry, it is certainly the first pickable. All right, all this threatens. But you see, the sacrifice archetype is Orjov in the set. So we shall see. We shall see about that. But I guess in red we can expect a lot of non-creature spells, because Ragdas is called non-creature spell archetype, as well as VZ. So I'm curious. Okay, here is Sephiroth and all of the different arts and forms. Next up, Sephiroth's Intervention for 4 mana. Instant destroy target creature again to life. Just, you know, simple and elegant. Your black premium removal, even though it's 4 mana. Hey. Seymour Flux. 5 mana legendary creature, 5/5. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may pay 1 life. If you do, draw a card and put a +1/+1 counter on Seymour Flux. Not bad, honestly. Pretty solid body on its own. Just chilling, drawing cards, putting counters. It's good. This mana cost, like, I don't know. Still is okay. I'm just not feeling super comfortable with those 5+ mana cost, but okay. Why is that working? Let's go. So how many more? Oh, almost there with black. So next up is Shambling Seeth. For 3 mana, we have a creature 3/3. This creature enters tapped. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay 1 black, and if you do, return this card from a graveyard to your hand. Oh, it is a very expensive and expandable creature, but I mean, if you need it, sure. Yeah. I'm not a fan, to be honest. Just, yeah. Looks overpriced for what it is. Even though like it is a 3-3 body, but the purpose of it is to be sacrificed. So I didn't like it. Anyway, come on. Moving on, Shinra reinforcements for 3 mana, have a creature 2/3. When it enters, mill 3 cards and you gain 3 life. Okay. This self-mail, I guess, is more relevant in Golgari, so probably you would want to have it there. Again, gaining life. Haven't seen a good, solid payoff for that, but this looks like a filler, but depends on your deck. Now, moving on to the black side quest. Hunt the mark for 5 mana enchantment. When it enters, destroy up to 1 target creature. Okay, now you're talking. Now you're talking about making a difference to the board state. And at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under an opponent's control this turn, create a treasure token. Then if you control 3 or more treasures, transform this enchantment. Nice. And it transforms into a Yuzamot Ultimate Mark 5/6 creature dragon. When activate ability for 2 mana, sacrifice another creature or artifact. It gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. Listen, now you're talking. This side quest we like. The best so far. Next up, summon Hanima for 6 mana. It's a saga creature for 4 with menace. It has 4 chapters, so first 3 chapters you draw a card and you lose 1 life. And fourth one, each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. Man, it would be so good if not for 6 mana. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Ghost Hardware, hello, thank you so much for your follow. It's hard to evaluate this mana cost, honestly. Like, it means that you're quite late in the game. I guess it's nice. It's nice to draw a card, but it's like losing life, maybe critical. Like on its own, it's just a 4/4 body. I don't know if it's good enough. But maybe. If we consider the format is going to be slow, I guess, yeah. No, the mana cost just bothers me, to be honest. Alright, and now we move on to the rare summon Primal Odin, 6 mana, 5/3, another enchantment saga with 3 counters. First one is destroy target creature an opponent controls. Okay, good. Second one, this creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. What? And third one is draw 2 cards, each player loses 2 life. So we may not even come to the third lord. If it deals damage. Oh wow. No, it is of course a good one. It is the first pick. It's a rare. This is kind of funny though. Next up is the Darkness Crystal. So another crystal in the cycle. The black one, 4 mana, legendary artifact. It's a rare. Black spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. If a non-talking creature an opponent controls would die, instead exile it and you gain 2 life. And for 6 mana tap, put target creature card exile with the Darkness Crystal on the battlefield tapped under your control with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. And this effect looks tempting, but again, no effect on the board state. And expensive. That's expensive. The price is real. Honestly, yeah. But it's a rare. It's a rare. If it was, I don't know, uncommon or something, then we could probably talk like that. Like, you could, yeah, include it in certain decks. But it's a rare. I guess all of those crystals, they are more of a constructed design than limited one, but not gonna lie, this effect is pretty tempting, even for limited. Final Days. The Final Days, 4 mana. Sorcery, create 2 tapped 2/2 black or creature tokens. If the spell was cast from a graveyard, instead create X of those tokens, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard, and it has 5/6. Nice. Okay, here we have it. Our Golgari payoff. I like it. The problem is that those tokens are tapped, so if you're behind, this actually can bite you pretty hard. But other than that, yeah, it's good. And it is good in this specific archetype, being Golgari, like creature cards in your graveyard count. Tonberry for 1. 1 black mana, 2/1 creature, Salamander Horror. This dude with a knife. This creature enters tapped with the stun counter on it, and during your turn, this creature has first strike and death touch. What is that? Why? I don't get it. Doesn't make sense to me. Like, this is cute, but honestly, it enters tapped with the stun counter, and then, like, during your turn, this creature has first strike and death touch. Am I joke to you? Undercity Dire Red for 2 mana. We have a creature red. 2/2. When it dies, create a treasure token. Oh, this is good. This is like nice. Chef's kiss. You like it better in the slipping. I mean, in limited, I feel like it's just bad. Like interest with the stun counter. Oh. But this one, this is very good to drop. I like it. Yeah. I mean, only it means that you're not able to do anything with this for 2 turns. This red, yeah. Red is good. Wayne's Treachery for 2 mana instant with Kicker. Okay, this is the first card with Kicker that we've seen so far, right? Sacrifice an artifact or creature. So, target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. If the spell was kicked, that creature gets -6/-6 until end of turn. Oh, this is good. It's just good. Oh, all around. This can be your combat trick removal spell. Kicker gives it flexibility. Nice. Vincent's Limit Break for 2 mana instant with Tiered. Until end of turn, target creature you control gains. When this creature dies, return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. Okay, we've seen that. And has the chosen base power and toughness. Oh. This is fun. Okay, so for 2 mana, it returns as a 3/2 creature. For additional 1 as a 5/2, and for additional 3 as a 7/2. Sorry, 5/2, 7/2. This looks like another flavor to me, which I do not understand, but it's fun. I'm the king. Hello, thank you so much for your follow. I mean, this scam type of a deal. We've seen it before, of course. This gives a little bit of a spice here. In limited, again, I'm not a fan of this type of cards, but I can see how they be played, especially maybe we can combo it with some sacrifice effects, whatnot, maybe. Oh, I think you're right. Until end of turn, target creature control gains. So when it yes, and has the chosen basic power. Oh, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Oh. Well, it's not alchemy. Yeah. Of course, it makes sense. Totally. Good call. Wow, what's up with this website? Next up, Vincent Valentine. Or Valentine. Horny Timas, hello. Oh my god, what kind of comment is that? Vincent Valentine, 4 mana. It is a rare for 4 mana to 2 legendary creature. Whenever a creature an opponent controlled dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters on Vincent Valentine equal to that creature's power. Alright, and whenever it attacks, you may transform it. Listen, 4 mana, better be good. Galleon Beast, 3/2, trample, lifelink. When it dies, return to the battlefield tapped. Just like that. What do you think? It's a rare. First pick, not first pick. So, I mean, that's very strong, right? But the ability, I mean. But for 4 mana 2/2, like it requires a lot of work. Oh, I see the fur. Like you see, I cannot relate to that. Dang it. Yeah, I guess it depends on what else is in the pack, but I guess, yeah, you would still want to first pick it. It's just, it requires some work. And especially, like, I can see how it can go so badly when you're playing from behind. But okay. So it just needs to attack, and you transform it. It becomes this undying thing, right? Oh no, it just, okay, it returns face up, yeah. I don't know, it is a strange card design, not gonna lie. Maybe it is flavor or something. It's more flavor than anything else. It looks like it, right? Because for 4 mana we get 2/2 and it needs to attack. Chance versus MOBA. Hello, thank you so much for a follow. Or just VS. I'm sorry if I am mispronouncing your name. Alright, Vincent Valentine in different art and form. So Next up is Xenos Galvus. 4/5 mana, have a rare 4/4. When it enters, choose a creature an opponent controls until end of turn. Create creatures other than Xenos and the chosen creature get -2/-2. Okay, when the chosen creature leaves the battlefield, transform Xenos. So, choose one creature of your opponent. And, okay, the rest should, okay. And it transforms into Shinru, Transcendent Rival, 8/8. Dragon with flying. As this creature transforms into Shinru, choose an opponent. When the chosen player loses the game, you win the game. I know. Like, am I, like, where am I? What's going on? Yeah, like, thank you. New to this game. Oh. Maybe not today, because today I'm reviewing this new upcoming set, Magic the Gathering, in collaboration with Final Fantasy. So we're just talking about these cards in regards to Limited. Limited is one of the formats in Magic the Gathering. It is a commander. Hold on. Oh, man. Okay, then it's kind of irrelevant then, right? If it's a commander card, then yeah. Alright. So, the last card. Okay, listen, tomorrow I'm going to filter it correctly. I'm going to use that set review website. It's going to be way more easier, and yeah, it's in the standard set. Why did it have this wording? You know what? I think I have to move on. Or yeah, there is still a bunch of I still want to finish Red today. So I just finished with Black Zodiac Umbral God for 5 black mana. We have a creature with indestructible 5/5. When it enters, each player sacrifices half the non-god creatures they control of their choice, rounded down. Whenever a player sacrifices another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on Zodiac. 5 black mana. Honestly, every time I see something like that, a mana cost like that, I just immediately, like, this is almost unplayable for Limited. Pay off for my god. Again, I feel like it is a purely constructed design, or yeah, something like that. I agree. Or just, yeah, put it into your graveyard somehow, or just, you know, somehow pay for it and play. Alright. So, first card is Barret Wallace for 4 mana. We have another legendary 4/4 with reach. And whenever it attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control to defending player. Oh, wow. Okay, not bad, not bad. Great payoff for those equipments, right? And there are plenty of them. Oh, it's nice. So, first thought, Boris, right? Boris equipments. Honestly, I like it. This is, yeah, this is nice, very aggressive. And just all in all, I like the design of this card. 4/4/4/4. Just perfect. It has reach. It has it all. I like it. Next up, Blazing Bomb. For 1 mana. A creature 1/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay. Is it? Blow up for tap and sacrifice this creature. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. To be fair, it looks kind of slow, right? Whenever you cast non-creature spell, and only if 4 mana was spent to cast it, not like any non-creature spell. If we didn't have this condition, it would be so much better. But as I don't know. But again, maybe the format is slow. But as just, yeah, it doesn't look good enough. Next up, Call the Mountain Chocobo. 4 mana sorcery. Search your library for a mount card, reveal it, put it to your hand, then shuffle. Create a 2/2 green bird creature token with whenever a land you control enters, this token gets +1/+0 until end turn, and it has flashback. Oh wow. I mean, for 4 mana, I like this as landfall trigger all in one. Still decent, can remove sleep magic. I guess it's okay. Especially, I think the fact that we have this condition sort of like means that it was made on purpose, so it's not super fast. But I don't know, we'll see. This one I like for it is a non-creature spell, so it would fit Ragdos probably, because essentially we get a creature with a non-creature spell. This is where we want to be in Ragdos, maybe. I feel like flashback is nice. All in all, it's good. And also this, yeah, of course, cruel landfall triggers. All in all, good card. And next up, Choco Comet. For X and 2 red, who has sorcery, it deals X damage to any target. Create a 2/2 green bird creature token with whenever land control enters, this token gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Nice. To any target. This is my favorite wording. Deals damage to any target. I love it. And again, you create a token. Perfect. Honestly, so good. Like mostly because you get a creature out of it, honestly. Yes, and it's like if your opponent loses the game, you win the game. Man, just frame it somewhere. Next up, Clive. Ifrit's Dominant. For 6 mana, have a mythic legendary creature 5/5. When it enters, you may discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion to it. Ooh, devotion. Haven't seen that word in a while in the recent sets. So, for 6 mana and tap, exile, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Transform. It becomes a 9/9 saga creature with 3 lures. First one is it fights up to 1 other target creature. I guess that other creature just does not stand a chance. Then the second and third add 4 red mana. If it has 3 or more lore counters on it, exile it, then return to the battlefield. And then you can do it all over. Honestly, I think it just needs to stay a turn so you can activate it the next turn, and that's it. Most likely win the game. This second and third. Yeah, I agree. I mean, for limited, of course. I would first pick it for limited, yeah. Looks like a bomb. And honestly, this ATB may be useful as well at this stage of the game. Nice. Okay. Coral Sword. For 1 red mana, we have equipment, artifact equipment. With Flash. When it enters, attach it to target creature you control. That creature gains first strike until end turn. Equipped creature gets +1/0, and equip cost is 1. Another cheap equipment, cheap and efficient, I would say. It has Flash, so it is like a combat trick in the first place, right? But then, you know, it just stays there. For Ragdas, it is a non-creature spell. Being it an aggro archetype, why not? Boris too, maybe? Oh, actually, yeah, with Yacht, yeah. Coral Sword for Yacht. No, it's okay. Fire magic for 1 mana instant with tiered. So for 1 mana it deals 1 damage to each creature. Another way to get rid of that sleep, right? For additional 2 it deals 2 damage to each creature, and for additional 5 it deals 3 damage to each creature. Honestly, 6 mana and 3 damage? Are you kidding me? Why not 5? Do you remember Burn Down the House? I know that it was sorcery, but for 6 mana instant, I would love it to deal 5 damage to each creature at least. It's hard to wake up first. True. Oh man. No, I mean, of course it is a good card. It just... yeah. No, it's good. Even for standard, you know, instant speed, sweeper, sweep. It's gonna, yeah, it's gonna see play for sure. Mostly for that Pyra. Anyway, next up, moving on, Furion, Wild Rose Warrior. For 3 mana, we have a 3/3 creature. Equipped creatures you control have haste. Whenever a non-token equipment you control enters, create a token that's a copy of it, except it has this equipment's equip abilities cost 2 less to activate. Sacrifice that token at the beginning of the next upkeep. Nice. And yeah, it is a rare. I mean, it's good, of course. Pick one, pick one. Pick one, pick one. Just, yeah, take it and then build the deck around it, essentially. And, like, it's quite an easy one. Very aggressive. Freya Crescent. 1 red mana. Have a legendary creature. Red Knight. 1/1. During your turn, Freya has flying. Oh, also it gives red mana for tap. Spend this mana only to get an equipment spell or activate an equip ability. Awesome. Nice. I mean, I have so many equips. Yeah, this is good. Of course. Mana Dork, 4 equips. Gilgamesh, Mastered Arms for 6 mana. It's a rare, 6/6. Okay, there's a lot of text. Bear with me. Whenever it enters or attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. Gotcha. You may put any number of equipment cards from among them onto the battlefield. Okay. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. When you put 1 or more equipment onto the battlefield this way, you may attach one of them to a samurai you control, and Gilgamesh is a samurai. Amazing. I would definitely first pick it and again just build the deck around it. Easy. So good. Looks like, honestly, this looks very good. Like top 6 cards is quite a lot. Haste magic for 2 mana instant. Target creature gets +3/+1 and gains haste until end of turn. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it until your next end step. I don't know. These combat tricks are, I don't know, it's either asking for trouble or you have to be like super aggressive, in my opinion. This game's haste is what bothers me the most, and this 3/1 is good enough. 2 mana. I get it. Flavor haste magic. I don't know. I don't really like it. Not impressed. Hill Gigas for 6 mana. We have a creature 5/4 with trample haste, and it's just your mountain cycler, of course. Yeah. They are good. This cycle is good. Item Shopkeep for 2 mana 2/2. Whenever you attack an equipped creature gains manas until end of turn. This may be very aggressive. Nice. So the worst case scenario is just your 2/2 for 2 bear. He'll generate returns. Well, you can it can bring a mountain. Yeah, it's good. I like it. And the dedicated equipment deck going to be nice. Base for an aggro deck. Judgment Bolt for 4 mana. We have a rare instant. It deals 5 damage to target creature and X damage to that creature's controller, where X is the number of equipment you control. Okay. So another payoff for those equipments. Maybe the only downside is that it is a rare. But other than that, it's good, of course. 4 mana, 5 damage, plus, you know, you deal damage to your opponent as well, ideally. Laughing Mad for 3 mana instant is an additional cost to cast the spell, discard a card, draw a card, and has flashback. A little bit, well, it is an expensive real possibility, right? Right, it has flashback. I know it's playable, but so right? Lightning Security Sergeant for 3 mana. We have a legendary creature 2/3 with manas. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You may play a card for as long as you control lightning. Nice. It's not a bomby bomb, but I like that it does not cost like crazy 6 mana or something. Yeah, pretty solid. It still needs to deal damage, but I guess if you're in this Boris equipment archetype, it should be okay. And it has manas. I like it. A Light of Judgment, 5 mana instant. It deals 6 damage to target creature. Destroy up to 1 equipment attached to that creature. I mean, 5 damage. 6 damage for 5 mana. Instant speed. It's okay. And sometimes you may even destroy an equipment. Sure. Mesedian Elder for 3 mana, 1/3 wizard. Does it mean it belongs to Ragdas, right? When it enters, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token, and all of those tokens that have this ability, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. pretty neat, honestly. I'm like secretly, or even not secretly, like excited about this archetype. I feel like this definitely can snowball pretty quickly. Just the question is how easy it's gonna be to put it all together. So Nibelheim, a flame. 4 mana. It is a mythic sorcery. Choose target creature you control. It deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. If the spell was cast from a graveyard, discard your hand and draw 4 cards. It has flashback of 7 mana. Ooh, now I don't really like cards like that because, you know, there are ways where it can go so wrong, and it is very specific to this moment. You have to have like a creature rate for it to work. I don't know. Okay, my point is I would not first pick it. Opera Love Song for 2 mana instant. Choose one. It is model card. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards until your next end step, or one or two target creatures. Each get +2/+0 until end of turn. Okay, I'm starting to lose it. I'm sorry. Like these cards, we've seen similar to those before, even Tarkir. They haven't been played that much. I mean, it's okay, but yeah, quite specific. And also, you can, like, if you really need a card like that, you can always pick it up. Very late, I would say. Prompto Argentum. For 2 mana, legendary creature 2/2 with haste. Selfish shot. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to it, create a treasure token. I guess like this ability is just like okay. Most importantly, it is your 2/2 for 2 with haste, right? And it's a legend. In some cases, it matters. But yeah, it's good. Okay. Next up, Queen Bronne. For 3 mana, we have a legendary creature 2/1 with prowess. And whenever it attacks, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token that thinks. I mean, it is quite built around, I would say. But there is potential. Honestly, prowess in this archetype totally makes sense. I don't know. I'm curious about it. This is definitely built around. Next up, random encounter for 6 mana sorcery. Shuffle your library, then mill 4 cards. Put each creature card milled this way onto the battlefield. They gain haste. At the beginning of the next end step, return those creatures to their owner's hand and has flashback. What is this? The queen might not work out, but when she does, we will laugh. Honestly, I'm excited to build this archetype. Not gonna lie, I don't know. There is always this, like, you know, something that sparks this excitement in the upcoming set, and honestly, this 0/1 wizards, for some reason, they do this to me. I know this may be so wrong. Because, for now, an obvious archetype is probably Boris equipments or Azorius artifacts. Looks like an easy archetype to put together. And the creature have a deck, sorry for divination with upside. To be fair, I don't know how to feel about this deck. I think this mana costs 6 mana. Also, how many creatures do you want to have if you want to play this card? definitely more than 15. Like, what? Count should be like 16 plus, more than that? 18? Like, this is honestly a lot, right? Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's worth it, but it looks fun, but yeah, probably most likely it's not gonna work. Also, like, in a limited deck, you need to have your 2 drops, and imagine you just mill all those 2 drops for 6 mana and something random. I don't know, too random, too unreliable. 22 creatures in this. Yeah. Ralbon, Bull of Alamigo. 2 mana, 2/2. It has ward, pay life equal to Ralbon's power. Whenever it attacks, attach up to 1 target equipment to control the target attacking creature. Okay. It is in the rare slot, so... But again, you see, like, equipments, it looks like it's gonna be easy to build, so it's fine. The bull. Human warrior. Right. Red mages rapier. For 2 mana, have an artifact equipment with job select. Equipped creature has, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn and is a wizard in addition to its other types. Sure, so for 2 mana, essentially, you get a 3/3/1 creature. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Only when you cast a non-creature spell. Okay. Well, it is a little underwhelming, but maybe Ragdos. It is a non-creature spell, and Ragdos, like a non-creature aggro. Maybe even actually in Boris too. I would assume you would want to play a lot of this sort of artifact equipments. I mean, equipments with job select in Boris as well. Yeah. Subatender. Ruby plays. Oh my god. Hello there. How are you? Thank you so much for your raid. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Hello. Oh, so nice to see you. Thank you. Appreciate your raid and support. Hello and welcome, raiders. Nikon Mary, hello. hello there. So happy pre-release week. We kick it off with first impressions / limited review of the upcoming Magic the Gathering and Final Fantasy collaboration, the upcoming FAD. So this is part 1. Tomorrow I'm gonna continue with part 2. So now I'm finishing it off basically. So I'm gonna stop with red. Tomorrow we'll continue starting with green. On Wednesday, of course, streamer event. Followed up by Thursday, and then Friday is early access on Magic Online. So it's going to be magic feast all along. What are your initial thoughts on Final Fantasy? So again, this is like my true and honest first impressions. I haven't read a spoiler beforehand, and I'm just, reviewing the cards from the limited perspective only. And now that I've seen all the white, all the black, blue, and a little bit of red cards, I can say that, like, I have a feeling that this form is probably going to be on the slower side, just because there are so many bombs and like cards in general that cost like a lot of mana. Let's say 6 or something. So I'm curious about it. Also, of course, this new mechanic, enchantments, sagas creatures. How do we call them? This is pretty exciting how it's gonna play out as far as limited goes. Brodeo Clown, thank you so much for follow. The only thing is that I haven't heard of Final Fantasy before this collaboration, so I have no attachment, no nothing. Like, unfortunately, these characters, they do not tell me the story. All this flavor, like, unfortunately, I cannot relate to that. But apart from that, I'm quite excited, not gonna lie. So, that's where we're at. So let's continue. Sabatender for 2 mana. We have a creature 2/1 with reach and landfall. So for landfall, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. So it's a finger, little tiny finger. How do you like the set? You're going to play all the Final Fantasy games now, right? I wish, but to be fair, I'm not a fan of computer games. I prefer board games for sure. So yeah, this is a 2-drop. It's okay. The reach is nice. Landfall. I'm quite excited about landfall, not gonna lie. Trying to rate them against the many years center as possible. Hello, hello. But you know, some cards you can clearly see how they are, you know, designed for constructed. But anyways. Oh, yeah. I'm curious just how strong it's gonna be in this set, because in Zendikar it was just bonkers. Maybe here they wanted to contain it a little bit, but we shall see, because honestly I haven't seen all the cards. So let's move on. Samurai's Katana for 3 mana artifact equipment with top select. Equipped creature gets +2/+2, has trample and haste, and is a samurai in addition to its other types. Equip costs 5. So for 3 mana we essentially get a 3/3 creature rate with trample and haste, which is not bad. No, I like it. It's gonna be great in Boris, of course. In Ragdas too, I would assume. It is a non-creature spell, and combined with all those fingers, wizards, tokens, why not? Quite aggressive. Nice. Sandworm, 5 mana, creature 5/4 with haste. When it enters, destroy target land. Its controller may search their library for a basic land card, which is not battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Oh, this is nice because it says that you can destroy any land. I don't know how it's going to be relevant. I haven't seen all those town lands yet. It may be relevant. Landfall natural leads to faster gains. Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. So, yeah, we have to see the rest of the cards to get the big picture, because from what I've seen so far, I have a feeling that it's gonna be like a slower format. But I may be totally wrong, because we just have to see. Nice. Yeah, because it says just destroy target land. Nice. Honestly, yeah. And just, you know, a body 5/4/4/5 with haste. I like it. Very aggressive. So it's big cruel, right? And this landfall aggro is cruel. Next up, Cypher Almasi. So sorry. I feel like I'm butchering it, but I don't know. 4 mana, 3/4. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn. It has an ability: whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target instant sorcery card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. So it's rare. And as always with rares, when we talk limited, pack one, pick one. Would you first pick it? That's the main question. Like this ability, this triggered ability, whenever it deals combat damage. I mean, again, it looks more like a constructed design to me. But at the same time, even for limited, it may be applicable too. No, it's okay. Like, it's not a bomb and boom by any means, but I feel like it's good. It's good for limited. I like the fact that, you know, you can just attack with Cypher Mossy alone to get double strike. Trigger that if you need to. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, that's interesting. How do you count the mana cost, right? I would want to know that, because I'm not a judge. I don't know. I think you would still need to pay this additional, because the mana cost of the spell is what you playing for free, but then the tiered, I think you need to pay it still. I may be wrong. Self-destruct. For 2 mana instant, target creature you control deals X damage to any other target and X damage to itself, where X is its power. Okay, we love this wording, damage to any target. But honestly, in which situation do we want to play that? Any response to removal, but this looks too specific to include this card into your deck. What else? Sacrifice, yeah, like something in response. I don't know. This looks like too specific. With Cypher. Oh, actually, yeah, because of course, its power is less than its toughness. Then, yeah. True. Yeah, just, you know, Cypher. The problem is that Cypher is rare. But other than that, you know what? Totally. Okay, now we finally add the red side quest. Play Blitzball. 3 mana enchantment at the beginning of combat on your turn. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. At the end of combat on your turn, if a player was dealt 6 or more combat damage this turn, transform this enchantment, then attach it to a creature you control. Still, the black one was the best, right? So far. Okay, so transformed, it is an equipment, and equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has double strike. Equipped cost is 3. Blitzball is Otterball. I was like, hello there, how are you? You know what, like, usually cards like that, they're not great and limited. I can see the flavor for sure, but I don't know. I don't think it's worth it. Next up, Sorcerer's Schemes for 4 mana sorcery. Return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard or exile a card with flashback to your own to your hand. This is neat. Add 1 red and flashback 5. Interesting. Maybe an EZ. And in EZ it probably makes more sense because on its own it is a spell with mana value 4. Oh, you like the white side quest as well. Okay, so this card, you know, like so-so, I would say, right? Just play it if you really need to, I guess. Next up, summon Brynhilder. Anyway, for 2 mana, we have a rare saga creature for 2/1 with 3 lore counters. So first lore is exile the top card of your library. During any turn you put a lore counter on this saga, you may play that card. Okay, and the rest, when you need when you next cast a creature spell this turn, it gains haste until end of turn. And for 2 mana, 2/1 with all that is pretty nice, I guess. Pretty aggressive. It is a rare though. Yeah, the schemes. Yeah, I agree, but it's like maybe this. Yeah, it's okay. It's not a bomby bomb. Mind you, it is a rare. But it's okay. Yeah, it's aggressive. Next up, summon Asperamu. For 4 mana, we have another saga creature, 3/3 with 3 lower counters. First one is this creature deals damage equal to the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard to target creature and opponent controls. Oh, this is specific now, right? And second and third wizards you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. This little dude's 0/1. They get a boost. Monarch Esper is not the same. Yeah. Okay, listen, this is quite specific to this archetype. I'd say Ragnas mostly, but maybe is it too? It is a 4 mana non-creatures. Hold on. No, it is a creature, right? It is still a creature. It is a creature. I guess so. Still, but it is a build around. Nevertheless, it is a build around. It is a creature. Okay. Who are we summoning next? GF Cerberus. For 4 mana, we have a creature saga 3/3. It's a rare. So 3 counters. First one, thrill 1. Second one, when you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. And third one, when you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it twice. You may choose new targets for the copies. Alright, right, yes, it wasn't a wizard as well. Despite the red Esper is going to be paid for it has been underdrafted. Yeah, like They work together. Man. Again, back one, pick one. Do we take it or not? This is honestly, I feel like, a more difficult build around than those rares based on equipment synergy. Oh, your comments, they're just, yeah, freaking me out. This is so specific, right? You have, so for you first pick it and then you build around it. How easy is gonna be? Like the main question. Next we summon GF Ifrit. What does it mean? Oh my god, is it just initials? What is this? So anyway, for 3 mana, another saga creature, 3/2. This time with 4 lord counters. First 2, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card, and then just add a red mana. Why not? Just a little bit of a ramping effect. Guardian Force. Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, now at least I know what it means. That's it. So 4/3 ramage effect, and just a little bit of ramping. I don't know. This one honestly is hard to evaluate. I guess it's okay. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, also you may discard a card. Oh, yeah, I guess it's fine, sure. Suplex for 2 mana, sorcery, choose one. Suplex deals 3 damage to target creature. If that creature would be die this turn, exile it instead, or exile target artifact. Ooh. I think it's good. It's main deckable. I feel like because graveyard interaction would matter, even though it deals only 3 damage still. But you know, both of these modes, they're useful. I would main deck it probably. The fire crystal, red crystal in cycle, 4 mana, legendary artifact in the rare slot. Red spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Creatures you control have haste. For 6 mana and tap, create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. Okay. Creatures you control have haste. Makes it slightly better. I feel like black one was like on the very grindy side. Here it is on a very aggro side. At the same time, again, you need to invest. You need to invest in this, right? You need to spend the turn. I don't know how I feel about that. Zephyr Suplex. Oh, yeah, speaking of Zephyr. These crystals. Let's see. But I'm still skeptical about them. Thunder Magic. Yeah. Thunder Magic. Instant for 1 mana with tiered. So, for 1 mana, it just deals 2 damage to target creature. For additional 3, it deals 4 damage to target creature, and for additional 6, it deals 8 damage to target creature. Yeah, good. I mean, if you're in the red, of course you would want to play that. Yeah. Shocking. Triple Triad for 6 mana, 3 and 3 red. We have enchantment in a rare slot. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player exiles the top card of their library. Until end of turn, you may play the card you own exiled this way, and each other card exiled this way with lesser mana value than it without paying their mana cost. Oh my god. Listen, at this stage of the game, I would probably want to win already, but again, it's maybe slow format. Oh, but I don't know, everything is just not worth it, you know. 6 mana, like triple red. It starts working on the next turn. I agree. I wouldn't want to play it in a game of limited. Yeah. Unexpected request for 3 mana sorcery. Here we have it. Here is our threaten. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. You may attach an equipment you control to that creature. If you do, unattach it at the beginning of the next end step. Nice. Yeah. The only problem is that Orthoff is our sacrifice archetype, but other than that, or Ragdas maybe being it non-creature aggro archetype. So you have to see, like, for sure it's not universal, but it's nice that we have it. Vaughn's Street Thief for 3 mana. We have a 2/2 creature. Whenever one or more scouts, pirates, and or rogues you control deal combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. You may cast that. If you don't, create a treasure token. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a +1/+1 counter on each scout, pirate, and rogue you control. And of course, it is a scout itself. Honestly, it's going to be hard to deal damage on its own without any help, right? Yeah, I agree. It looks like a constructed design for sure. Almost with Ragamuffin. Half step down 333. Hello, thank you so much for your follow. I feel like it needs additional help, but being it a rare, I would probably pass it and then, you know, to see. But yeah, with Ragamuffin would be nice. Alright, we're almost there for today. Warrior's Sword for 4 mana. It is an artifact equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +3/+2 and is a warrior in addition to its other types. Equipped cost is 5. So for 4 mana, we get, what, a 4/3 creature, which is pretty solid. Yeah, that also kind of bothers me that it's only a 2/2/4/3. It requires like a significant amount of work, right? This one, yeah, it's good. Again, I feel like this equipments with job select, they are just universally good. In some archetypes, they're going to be just, you know, much better than in the others. So, for example, I cook this in practice in Boris, great, of course. And the last red card is Zaldinkt. For 3 mana, we have a creature 0/3. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. It gets +1/+0 for each land you control. At the beginning of your end step, return a land you control to its owner's hand. Okay, so This is your landfall enabler, essentially, but it is a rare, so makes it, you know, not so great for that purposes. It can be quite big in power, but the toughness stays the same. You know, 3 is not isn't good enough. I feel like it doesn't have evasion, but I feel like the main thing is just it revolves around this land synergies, landfall synergies, I would say. So like again, pick one dilemma. Would you first pick it? There is an option to first pick it and then try to go into this cruel landfall direction, right? Maybe. So, you know what? This is it. This is it for today. We're done with red. Tomorrow I will be back with green. And I will just switch to MTG set review outlay for your viewing pleasure, and you know, it's just going to be just easier to sort out the cards anyways. But anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate you. If you're not following me already, please hit the button. It would mean a lot to me. You can also follow me on X at cpgrl_. I usually post my updates, streaming schedule and whatnot over there, and I upload my VODs on YouTube channel at Mr. and Mrs. Spike. So tonight I'm going to upload this VOD, and I hope to see you tomorrow for the part 2 of this first impressions / limited set review of Magic the Gathering and Final Fantasy upcoming set. So let's raid somebody. Thank you all. Have a great one. Yeah, thank you. I had a blast with y'all. Like all these jokes, it was just, yeah, so good. agree with y'all. Okay, let's raid someone. Oh, let's go to Rafa Libby. All right, see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Flyers